I saw Brandon. I wanted to talk to Brandon this morning because I know he takes pictures of handguns and stuff. So I wanted to get some tips.
Oh yeah, he's like a professional photographer.
Yeah.
I think that's what the heck's this thing called? Like tactical images or something? I could be making that up, but it's something.
Hello.
My nephew Mini Me.
Hello.
Hello.
Say hello. His name is Gavin. I hate it when Elvis gets to the keyboard.
Yeah, cats just know how to mess everything up, man.
They're like keyboard magnets. They just go, there, let me lay down on top of that thing.
Let's say the ones that were cat sitting, every time I picked up the phone, they would try and like headbutt my hand and like knock the phone out of my hand or like make me hit buttons with it.
Uh-oh. Looks like I'm mowing a lawn.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Yeah, great. They got trees and stuff, so I'm gonna have to bag stuff up.
See, I'm lucky the trees that I have,
Oh, the keyboard again.
I forget what type they are, but like the leaves are like a bunch of little like segments, you
Hmm.
know? So like the part that actually falls down is just like a little tiny thing, right? Like the size of like my fingernail or something. So there's a bunch of those little ones. Well, I can just chop those up.
Yeah, these are huge, like oak or something. This is part of my nephew's collection of weapons.
Oh, I'm not looking at the thing, so you're speaking to the crowd, but I
Yeah, they
can't see it.
Yeah, it shoots bullets like this tiny. It shoots bullets that are super tiny.
they shoot little rubber band looking loopy things. Yeah, Gavin is an operator. Look, I'm holding it safely.
Like I said, I can't see, but I'm glad you're holding it safely.
And it has this is the magazine. Oh, the cat. He's attracted by the keyboard again.
Yeah, they always are. 10-4.
Anyway, we had some damage here from the hurricane. It knocked down a couple of trees and my sister's fence.
That's no good.
Well, that means less leaves on the ground, so might not be a bad thing at all.
Well, what the heck's going on here? Don't do that.
Hello, Mr. Knives.
What the heck?
My sister's house.
Oh, that's numlock came off. That's what's going on. I'm sitting here trying to type numbers, and like the thing's jumping around all the screen. It's because I'm accidentally hitting page down or like whatever, because the number key's not working. That makes sense. Okay, now we're doing okay.
Gavin, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you connect this to the wall so it'll charge the battery, please? Thank you. This one might be easier because you don't have to unplug that. Excellent. Thank you very much. Hey, Mr. G is in the house. See? Hello.
What's going on over here?
Time for something new and improved.
Oh, that is pretty cool. Yeah, I finally just jumped back over to look at the screen.
Look, I'm holding it safe, you see?
Yeah, keep your finger off the trigger. Good job.
So you saw me with a handgun, sort of. Ooh. Ambidextrous magazine release, sort of.
Yeah.
To fall down fast enough, though. Gavin and I will have to work on that.
Yeah, it doesn't really. So it should drop free. You know, you should hit the button. It should hit the floor.
We're gonna have to work on that, Gavin.
You know how Ralphie's holding a handgun?
Safely, I hope.
I have a machine gun.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Gavin's better armed than I am. So.
G-Wubs is saying to sand the sides. And that should make it drop free.
It has a release on both sides.
Either that or, I don't know, put some weight in there. Like
Yep.
put some metal washers on the bottom or something to give it some weight so it falls down.
Yeah. We can do that. Glue something here, some washers, give it some more weight.
Yeah.
You can really inoperate.
As you're pointing at your face to look at it, I know you've safety checked it. I'm just saying. That's kind of funny.
All about safety.
Oh man, the other day when I was at the range, there was this guy, and I don't know, I think he was from China or something. I guess I don't want to stereotype, but I heard them talking about having his passport, and he was foreign, and he was with this other guy who seemed to like know guns pretty well. So I'm guessing it was like some dude like, showing his friend about guns because they probably don't get a chance to ever go shooting over there because they don't have the same type of laws we do. And anyways, he was doing pretty good. Like I don't know what gun he had, but they were right next to me in the lane. And this one range, the range that I was at, in between the lanes is like bulletproof glass, but you can like see the other people. Whereas some ranges will have like metal dividers, so you can't really see what they're doing. Well, I happened to like look over, and the guy, he would take a shot, and then he would bring the gun down and kind of have it angled like towards the bench, right? I mean, he's like holding it on the table, and the barrel's like pointing at the front of the bench, and his finger was still on the trigger. So I noticed that at first, and then he would like lift it up and he would shoot, and then he'd bring the gun back down with his finger still on the trigger, pointing at the table. So at least it was always like kind of pointed down range, but obviously you don't want to shoot the table because it could ricochet and whatever. And so I ended up like right when I saw that, I went over and the guy that was with him who knew guns, I tapped him on the shoulder because I didn't want to startle the guy shooting because he might have accidentally pulled the trigger, pointed at the thing. But I tapped him on the shoulder. I said, "Hey man, like make sure you watch him and tell him to take his finger off the trigger. He's pointing it at the bench with his finger still on the trigger. I can see it through the window." And he was like, "Oh, okay, thanks, yeah." And then he would shoot, take his finger off, point it down. I don't know why he kept like bringing it up, pointing it down, bringing it up. I mean, maybe he was just doing whatever. But yeah, it was like, "Hey man, just so you know, I don't want that thing ricocheting somehow and getting over to my side or whatever, hurting somebody."
Hi, Nice Strike.
Hello. And Smegs, admit it, you love Ricochet.
What? Who would love Ricochet?
You know I'm just messing with you. I'm not being serious at all.
I understand.
So what's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just
I'm fighting with
recovering from yesterday.
Did you go to the range?
I did go to the range yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is more related to the fact that my next door neighbor had a Halloween party.
Uh-oh.
And in the afternoon, it's like a kids' party. They had a bounce house, and a bunch of people from the neighborhood were there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like later, they had a bonfire, like after the sun went down and stuff. And mostly all the kids left. And I don't know, man. I didn't even drink that much, but I was hurting this morning when I got up. I feel okay now. I've been up since 9. So I've been up for 3 hours. I feel better now.
Smeggy, I hate to tell you this, but you're getting old, man.
I think that's what it is.
You're getting old.
That was the first time I've drank in like a month. Or at least 3 weeks.
The thing about drinking is you have to constantly do it and not take a day off. Otherwise, then, yeah, you're going to feel it.
drinking is a full-time job.
It is. It is, unfortunately.
Well, then I guess I'm just a part-timer. But what was cool is I finally met his neighbors across the street from me. And they seem about my age, maybe like upper 20s. They might be a little bit younger than me. I don't know. But it got brought up something about that, like that dude was into guns. Because like my other neighbor across the street, the guy with the army truck, he knew them and I knew him, right? So he kind of like introduced the two of us because we were kind of all standing around like, okay, I don't really know very many people here. Then I finally saw, my neighbor from across the street. So I walked over there and started talking to him. And he introduced me to the other guy, like, hey, this guy's into guns too. And so we started talking. And he seemed pretty knowledgeable and stuff. So I said, hey, have you ever heard of gun channels? And he's like, oh, yeah, I've been on there before. And I was like, oh, sweet. What's your name on there? And he goes, oh, I don't make an account. And I was like, well, you better make an account, dude. What the heck's wrong with you? And so
good luck, Smegs, getting your neighbors to get on gun channels.
Oh, I think he will.
You see, what you need to do is you need to get one of those business cards from G-Webs and just hand it to him and say, gun channels, join it.
Well, you're jumping ahead in the story. So a little bit later, I went back home, had to grab another beer anyways, and I brought out a little baggie with a Glocktober sticker because he said that he carries a Glock. I forget what number. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. And then I had the business card for Every Second Matters, the business card for Gun Channels, and a Gun Channels sticker, like one of just the little G's. I put those all in a little baggie and I gave it to him. So he better join now, or else I'm taking his sticker back. Like, you don't, and we were talking about other stuff, and like, I don't know, I think I said something about Yankee, and he's like, oh yeah, I like Yankees chats and stuff. So I didn't want to just jump in and be like, oh well, then you've heard me on the internet before, because I was kind of waiting for him to put the connections together, because you can't be famous and tell people you're famous. They have to discover for themselves and then like be jealous of you.
I am an internet celebrity.
Oh.
You're as much of an internet celebrity as me and Smeggy are.
Hello, everybody out there on the webs.
At least I might get recognized. I mean, no one would recognize me by my face. Well, people I've met would, but
Same here. But yeah, G-Webs is like, wait, this whole AM show is just a scam to get a second intermission show each week.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm going to respond to this. I'm going to respond to this. Watch this. Oh, well, let me send it. I was going to respond, no, we're doing the Sunday edition of the Daily Gun Show with Smeggy and Night Strike.
Oh, come on now. Now we owe him a quarter.
No, we don't. I already give him $12 a year. I'm not giving him another quarter.
Well, he stole his idea.
I thought this was Weekend Update.
But if you want to make it official,
We're not doing hit or miss on the weekends. This is just this is a lobby chat. Come on.
I know. This is a I'm bored Sunday morning chat.
Yeah. G-Webs is unhappy because he has to work this morning and not be on the chats. That's what it is. He's jealous. But isn't that what should we call it? That radio show supposed to come on soon? Which one is it? Liberty Watch Radio or something like that?
Yeah. That's at 11 a.m. G-Web's time.
Yeah. Arizona time. I think that's Mountain time. I should know that considering I'm from Arizona. Uh-oh. 2 more hours. What are we going to do?
I visited Arizona once. I stayed in Tombstone with a friend's dad.
Ugh.
I saw the fight at the OK Corral and had a buffalo burger, I think. I hope it was buffalo.
I hope it was buffalo, too.
Or was it emu?
I've been to Tombstone a couple of times, but the issue is I never stayed there just because the factor that it's Tombstone.
Yeah. His dad lives there. That was cool. We had a lot.
It's just like I've been to the Grand Canyon about 100 times.
Yeah. We went there on that trip. That was cool.
Yep.
We drove through Tucson, and the only thing we stopped for was a big junkyard. We are car guys.
You didn't stop at the airplane graveyard?
No, I think we missed that.
Oh man, that's right out. It's just right outside of Tucson. You should have gone to the airplane graveyard.
Yeah.
It's another junkyard. It's just planes instead of cars.
It would have been cool, but we didn't see it. I'm sure it was one of those.
You weren't driving towards Phoenix, were you?
No, we weren't driving towards Phoenix.
That's the issue.
See, We went to California, landed by plane, rented a van, went down to Palm Springs, and drove sideways that way.
Another place I've lived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we drove down to Tombstone, crossed over to Nogales just for a little while, and came back up. Went through Tucson. I think we went up to Nevada from there on.
Ah.
We did go to the Grand Canyon. Then we went to Nevada. Then down.
If you went to the Grand Canyon, you went up towards Phoenix. You'd have to go through Phoenix in order to get to the Grand Canyon.
I don't remember if we stopped. We must have driven by and just kept on driving.
You probably did.
That was a good trip. We did a lot of things. Like we saw the big trees in California, Sequoia National Park.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Eh.
Yeah, I liked it. It was. I tried to take a picture of a tree, and my lens wasn't wide enough, so I had to take two pictures.
A cacti is not a tree.
Sequoia.
A sequoia is a tree, but I don't know. I don't like sequoias. I'm surprised you didn't get a picture of a mesquite tree.
Mesquite? No. I know I remember taking a lot of pictures of those, the cactus with the arms.
Saguaro.
Yes, yeah, saguaro. And I saw a tumbleweed. I took a picture of a tumbleweed.
All right, you got a tumbleweed. You've officially been on the map.
I was looking for those pig animal-looking things, the wild pigs in the desert, the javali or whatever they call them.
I don't know.
And we were looking for the jackalope. Never saw one.
No, the jackalope's in Texas. You got to go to Texas for jackalope.
Elvis. It's Elvis.
I see your obstruction's a little. Your view is a little obstructed.
Yeah, cats like keyboards.
Not mine. Mine could care less about keyboards.
Mine likes to lay on top of any keyboard or lap.
So Smeggy, what did you shoot yesterday?
Maybe he's gone to drink coffee or Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, breakfast of champions. And he dropped, so I guess the show's over.
Show's over.
And D-Web said it's the Javelina.
Javelina, that's it. I was looking for those. Never find any.
Hopefully Smegs jumps back in, otherwise it's the end of the early chat.
Javelina. There's a dog in the house.
There he is.
Okay, now I'm back.
Welcome back. And the live is still live.
Yeah. Well, I accidentally unplugged the headset. And so then whenever I plug it back in, the microphone doesn't work. So that's why I had to refresh. But before then I left, I went to go talk to my neighbors. They were outside cleaning up from the party. Although we did a pretty good job last night before everyone left and went to bed. Picked up most of the stuff. They had one friend, man, she was going nuts cleaning stuff. It's like, man, can I invite you to one of my parties? Like, you're picking up everything.
You didn't really say that, did you?
I did say that. I was like, well, and that's also, I used to know a girl that was like that also. I don't know, she's like a friend of a friend. I don't see her anymore because I lost that friend. But you know, you gotta divide and conquer and the split up, and she got that other friend. Anyways, the point was, like, this girl would seriously, like, start mopping the floors and stuff, like, before she went to bed. Like, she cleaned everything. I don't know if she had, like, OCD or something, but she would clean, like,
OCD.
everything. And so it's like, that's actually, that's pretty nice. Like,
Or germaphobe.
I don't know about that. I think, honestly, more, it was just, like, I don't know, she felt bad for the person throwing the party that, you know, you make a big mess or something, and then normally everyone leaves, and then you're stuck with it the next day. And so she felt bad. So she would clean all of it, and I was like, man, I got to have a party at my house and invite you. Your house is cleaner after the party than it was before the party. Like, hey, you're cleaning stuff, you're cleaning rooms no one was even in. You vacuumed the whole house. That's awesome.
I don't know. I don't think you'd want anybody in your gun room.
No, I wouldn't. Well,
that's the thing. That's the thing. If you have a party, dude, make sure you put a lock or something on that door so no one can get in.
Right. Well, yeah, there's not much. I don't have much of an option for that, but I never have, like, huge parties. I'll just have a handful of people over, and they're all people I would trust with guns anyway. So,
well, you don't want
I'm not
to
worried
bring their
about them
kids or
messing my
anything.
stuff up. Yeah, there's no kids or nothing.
I just say that for safety and so you can keep all your goodies.
Oh yeah, no, I am well past the stage of, like, having a party where friends of friends of friends show up and I don't know who's in my house. You know, it's at the point where it's like, no, I'm only inviting people that I know and trust, and, you know, if they bring someone, it's like, I know all my friends well enough that they wouldn't have bad judgment to, like, also not have good friends. Because that's, like, up north, right? I mean, I did a couple times where I tried to get a bunch of people up north, but it's like, dude, this is still, you know, like, my family's house. Like, this is still, you know, a nice place or whatever. I don't want people going nuts and, like, screwing up my house. I knew a kid in college that, like, his motivation once he was drinking was like, what can I break? What can I mess up? Like, he punched holes in my other buddy's drywall and stuff. Like, just, like, was walking down the stairs and just, like, punched the wall and made a huge hole, like, just because he wanted to. And it was like, really, dude? Like, he's gonna have to, because this was like he was renting a condo or something. Like, he's gonna have to pay for that, dude. Like, what the heck's wrong with you? Or he would, like, break couches and stuff, and not, like, what the heck, man? That's just, that's so disrespectful. Like, if you want to have a party at your house and break your own stuff, then okay. But don't go to someone else's house and break all their stuff.
Yeah, don't break stuff, period.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, sometimes it can be fun to break stuff, but
no, then I have to fix it or buy another one.
Well, no, and that's where that's why I say sometimes. Like, my one buddy, he had some of these, like, lawn chairs that were starting to break anyways, and you know, we ended up, like, snapping a leg off it or something because they were just, like, those really cheap plastic ones. And so we would do, like, some backyard wrestling kind of stuff and end up breaking them over each other's backs and, like, all this thing. So, you know, it's like, but it wasn't just any old thing. It's like these specific items, which are already broken or are going to get thrown out, you can break more for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, I was at a friend's house for their kid's birthday party, and I was sitting in an aluminum chair outside, and I leaned forward, and the thing broke, and I felt so bad. But then they told me, "Don't worry about it. We just found that by the road, side of the road, the other day." Cool.
Yeah. That's actually my neighbor actually accidentally broke one of his chairs yesterday. I don't know, he was like trying to tip his friend over or something, and like his friend was sitting in it, and he ended up like breaking the back. But they're again just the cheap plasticky ones. But we were talking about how like I have some chairs up north that my parents had from like when they were kids, and those are still fine because it's all like metal frame with like the nylon straps or whatever. And but like nowadays they make all of the chairs with like plastic armrests, and then that's like the back is held on by the armrest. And it's like, what the heck, man? Like that's why the stuff's breaking so easily. It's just like a little plastic thing.
Oh, mom is raking leaves. That weeded the place. I guess that's my cue for mowing with the tractor.
The tractor. You mean the riding lawnmower?
Yeah,
Because
Riding
in
lawn-
Florida, no one has enough land for tractors.
riding John Deere, bagging,
Riding lawnmower.
lawnmower. Yay.
And yes, I have to make the joke because I've got an actual tractor. I still don't use it for lawn mowing.
I saw Sean from Florida Carry. Did you all see him?
No,
yesterday?
no, I didn't see him. What's going on with him?
Well, he was on. And I guess I have to be more lenient on Florida Carry for not going after the 3-day waiting period. It apparent is part of the Constitution, and they can't fight it because it would take something like $10 million to fight. So,
Yeah, I mean they've definitely done a lot of work. Like they've done a good job for sure.
Waiting periods are stupid.
yeah,
I
they get
agree. But yeah, they've done a lot of good work for our rights and stuff. It's one of those things, man. I mean, you work with what you got, and yeah, it's like it'd be nice if you could get everything, but you just gotta be happy for what you do have. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh no, not another cat.
no, same one.
It's a
That's
traveling cat.
It's a traveling cat. The worst kind.
He gets to travel. He's got special powers. That's a tail. Oh, Gavin's got another one. Don't bother her.
I hadn't realized this was cat channels.
Cat channel. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Go profit on it.
This is cat. I'm a Bond villain. Yeah, Mr. Bond, I expected to die.
Wow, that joke is so old that I think it's older than me.
1963.
Yeah, it's totally older than me by like 20 years.
Yeah. Doctor No. No. I don't remember that. Was that villain? Oh, Goldfinger. But he didn't have a cat. It was the guy that looks like Dr. Evil. He had a cat. A white cat. Donald Pleasence or Pleasance. Donald Pleasance. Gotta look it up. Got the interwebs. Donald Pleasance. That's it. Blofeld. Oh my. I guess he's the villain of Spectre. The same villain. Played by this time by Christopher Waltz. Blofeld.
Oh man. So when am I gonna dress up for Halloween tomorrow? I don't have a costume yet.
Wait, it's tomorrow?
Yeah, it's tomorrow, Gavin.
Wait, today's Sunday?
Yeah, today's Sunday. You gotta get ready. We need candy.
Speaking of candy,
Gavin just found out it's tomorrow.
Is that your nephew?
Yeah.
It's like the good old days when calendars didn't really mean anything to you because
Me.
people just tell you when you need to be somewhere. Like, oh,
No,
it's time to go to camp or it's time to do this or whatever. You're like, oh, okay.
I'm gonna give.
He's gonna go. I guess he's looking for his costume. I don't have a costume.
I have a couple that are kind of my go-to, like if I'm being lazy. Like I've already done them before, but it's easy.
And what are they?
One would be like a army guy, right? Just put on camo. I got the military surplus stuff because I just like that as clothing. Like they're comfortable and they're durable. So just grab the jacket and the pants and like put my AR on a sling or whatever and call it a day. The other one would be a helpful hardware man because I used to work at Ace Hardware, so I still have the vest.
Oh,
So it's like just put the vest on and you're done. And then I don't know, I have some other stuff. But normally I try and do something like kind of funny and topical, but I can't really think of anything I want to do.
well, it's election year. You can do something election-wise.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe I'd dress up like an email server or something, you know?
Oh, that's cardboard box territory. A computer like Hitler with a Hitler.
Remember to get the blinking light.
Yeah, because as long as the light's blinking, it's working.
Yeah, right.
Thing deleting.
You gotta have a set of like 3 lights. One is the green power light. You have to have the red light that blinks, and then you have to have the yellow light that shows you that the hard drive's working.
I wonder if I could power up something where like I could be an email server, but then have like a paper shredder attached, and like just be just shredding, you know, hard copies of emails.
Wait! I got this. You need to go and dress up as a cubicle.
Oh,
There you go. You'll have everything right there.
Hmm.
Because some companies are too cheap to have their own server room. They just throw it in a cubicle. Believe me, I've seen it. I've seen it all.
Let's say our servers are just in a closet.
That's only if they have a closet available. It's Maggie, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, you aren't saying anything, and GWebs is complaining there, sir. A lot of dead air right now. So, come up with a topic.
Um, I don't know. It's a lobby, dude. I barely come up for topics for hit or miss, and I'm supposed to think of one for a lobby? Dress up like Brian Williams. Yeah, I'm catching up on the chat right now. Yeah, I I can agree this is probably a bad episode of Hit or Miss, but I think it's an okay episode of The Lobby.
You know, in that video, I kind of want that gun.
What video are you talking about?
The one GWebs just posted. It's just the fact that it's got a saw blade on it as an attachment, and it's got a rocket launcher attachment. It looks more like an M249 or an M60 than it does an AR-15. Check out these mass shootings. Wow, almost all of these, half of them people haven't even died. So America has the world's safest mass shootings. Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow, that video is awesome. Sorry for all the dead air, but I'm still watching it. But the one was like, you know, he said something about, besides, even though the AR-15's used, you're losing the argument about AR-15 being used for hunting and self-defense. But even if you weren't, the Second Amendment's not about that. It's about in case the government comes tyrannical. And he goes, that's crazy. The government will never be tyrannical. What do you think of Donald Trump? He's literally Hitler and wants to put everyone, Muslims and people in FEMA camps.
Muslims and women in FEMA camps.
Yeah. So it's like, and that's, I just love it because those really are like the two arguments. Like, you never need to rebel against the government. What if Trump wins? Where he's literally Hitler. Okay, so wouldn't you want to protect yourself from literally Hitler if that's what you think?
Gee, we feel the same way about Hillary.
Well, we do. But anyways, you know what I mean? It's like that's, give the government is all knowing and should have all the power. What if Trump wins? He shouldn't be allowed to do anything.
And
Wait a minute,
remember,
I thought the government was supposed to be all
remember
powerful.
Ben Franklin was an NRA bigot. And,
That's what Ben Franklin said. NRA bigot. And if the founding fathers were so smart, why are they all dead? Gun violence, that's why.
That's not why at all.
I know. Well, and they even say they goes on the big thing, and then it's like disclaimer,
some of this may not actually be true.
The previous statements may possibly be untrue. It's like, no, they definitely are. And obviously the guy's a pro-gun dude making them sound ridiculous. But I like the Australia part. Australia, where literally everything's trying to kill you. And they got pictures of snakes and spiders and
except guns.
Octopus or something. Like, yeah, he goes, except for guns. They got rid of those. And then they show the graph of like the gun deaths like after the ban. And then he expands out from before the ban, and gun deaths were already going down anyways. Which, like, that's basically the same thing that happened with us before the assault weapons ban, and then after it expired. Like, we kind of peaked around, what was that? Was that 92 when we peaked or something? But it's like we started going down, and then even during the ban, we were going down, and then the ban expired, and we were still going down. So it's like, it didn't do anything, obviously.
This is a video that G-Web said posted in the lobby chat. And how about the most objective, logical pro-gun control arguments? Like, guns are icky. The government was giving itself the right to own guns with the Second Amendment because that totally wouldn't be redundant and needlessly confusing. AR-15s are useless for home defense and hunting, but are also the most dangerous and effective killing machines ever created. Or how about governments never become tyrannical? And the last one, Trump is Hitler, and if he wins, government will become tyrannical. Those are some very compelling arguments. And then they pull out the children.
Yeah, that video was really good. I really like that. And you're right, that summary of all those arguments, that is basically what they say, right? Like that's, you know, no one, the AR-15 is completely, that's my favorite, right? It's completely useless for hunting or self-defense. And then it's like, yeah, but why is it so bad? Well, because it's so effective at killing. It's like, well, then wouldn't that make it good at home defense? If like you're defending against a bunch of people, you want the gun to work really well. Or the 350 mass shootings where like half of them no one even died, and then they bring up the fact that like if 3 people are shot with a BB gun, that's considered a mass shooting.
Yeah, so we have the world's safest mass shootings.
Yeah.
Because in over half of them, nobody died.
And that's the thing too, like even with that, like they use that word for a reason. They use mass shooting because people think of like a Sandy Hook or something. Like they think of a school shooting where it's like, one person going after a bunch of innocent people, probably children or whatever. You know what I mean? But like when you look at the things they classify as mass shootings, if it's 3 or more people shot, well, a gang drive-by would be considered a mass shooting. But normally the gang drive-bys is one gang trying to take out another one. So it's not like necessarily, innocent people are getting hit. Like they probably did something to deserve it. It could be retaliation from those people killing others of the members. You know what I mean? Like, and not that to say like, okay, criminals like should all just die, but I have less sympathy towards 2 gangs that are trying to kill each other than for literally innocent people where one person's just trying to take out as many people as possible. Like that, I have sympathy for. 2 gangs that are shooting at each other, I don't really think that counts as a mass shooting. It just counts as regular gang violence. And the thing is, the way you solve regular gang violence is not through gun control. It's through, whatever. That's the problem. Harder stuff, right? I mean, you have to get better school education. You have to, get jobs in the area. Get the mindset of the people that like it's worth it to just get like a regular job and do stuff legal than it is to like be a drug dealer. But they see it as, well, being a drug dealer, you make a bunch of money, so I'm just going to do that. And I have to be in a gang if I want to survive. And well, if the gang tells me to kill some people, I have to do that. Otherwise, they'll kill me, like that kind of stuff. So. And that's true. We don't have gangs without prohibition. So that's another one too then, right? Like if I'd be interested to see on the state level, and I think we'll see more and more of this as time goes on, but like the states that have legalized marijuana, what happened to their gangs? Like I'm guessing they're still in existence and they're probably just selling, harder drugs or something. But I would think that kind of hurt their main thing, because like they could sell marijuana, like it's easy, it's cheaper, like they just like that's your main revenue strain, and then you do the other stuff for like a higher profit, but it's also riskier. gangs turned into positive gangs as Hillary wanted them to. Oh, so they turned from being super predators into positive gangs? Her words, not mine.
Yeah, they're all voting for Hillary, even
Yeah.
though half of them are criminals and are in jail.
I mean, I don't know if G-Webs is just trolling Hillary or if he's serious. Like, did they really? Now they dance off instead of guns. Oh.
Okay, he's trolling.
If you say so. But I am really curious about if it, hurt their bottom line. So maybe I don't know. Like this, I don't know. I'd be really curious to see a study, and I think it'd have to be some type of long term thing. You can't just look at like, oh well, it's been 2 months and like crime went up or crime went down, therefore problem solved or problem got worse. I think you have to look at it a very long term thing, but because of course they're going to still want to get that money, and that's you see the same thing with cartels, right? Like when they bring in marijuana because it's easier to do, or they do the thing where they grow it here and then they just sneak back and forth. But when stuff starts going down for them, like they're still bringing coke and heroin and all that other stuff, but it's riskier because they get in a lot more trouble if they get busted with it. So it's high profit margins, but it's also high risk for them.
You got to watch this other video of theirs.
I'll watch it later. Well, apparently you don't hear about any more crime in Colorado. I don't know. I don't know that I heard about crime in Colorado before. So
Neither did I.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if it went up or down. And I still think it's too early. Even if it did go up or down, I think you can't, blame or congratulate, legal marijuana for that change. It's the same thing when, like, a gun ban goes into effect and, like, 3 months after the ban, like, crime went down. But then when you look at it 6 months, it went a little bit up. And then you look at it a year and it went a little bit down. Like, if you look too closely, it's just going to bounce a little bit. So you got to look at a good trend. And you have to see what it was doing beforehand as well. Like, was it going down already and then it continues to go down? Or one of the things, I forget what it was. It was one of the gun ban type things where crime was going down. But when you compare like that state or that city's crime with the national average, like the national average was going down like 6% a year or whatever. And they were going down 6% a year as well. Then they did this gun ban thing and they started going down like 3% per year, even though the rest of the country was still going down 6% per year. So it's like it's going down, but it's actually going down slower now than the rest of the places. So you probably actually hurt yourself a little bit there. So that's another thing you can do is look at comparatively to, percentage wise of other places. But that's where statistics get all complicated and stuff, right? Because you can have a town that has, like 100 people in it. And if a husband kills his wife, well, then you're like, holy crap, we have like a 10% murder rate, because that's because there's only 100 people that live there. So it's like 10% of our city is murderers and 10% of our city dies from gun violence or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but you only have 100 people. That doesn't really count. All right, I'll check out those articles. G-Webs, thanks.
Now, is that just in Colorado or is that overall?
Well, I think the articles are talking about Colorado, but according to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, the state saw an overall decrease of 1% in reported crimes in 2014. The state also saw an overall decrease of 2.5% in the crime rate per 100,000 people. Digging even deeper, Colorado experienced a 3.1% drop in property crimes and a 12.8% decrease in homicides. Well, there you go. I think I'm going to subscribe to this. Is that YouTube channel like a pretty good one, or is this one like the one video is cool and the rest of their stuff is dumb?
Half and half.
All right, I'll subscribe to them and dig around. So, but like I was saying, I mean, that's good. Okay, so they went down in 2014, but again, was it already going down in 12, 13? Like, was it already whatever? And did it go back up in 15 and 16? Like, I don't know. I don't really care either way, to be honest. I was using it as an example. Something a curiosity is that if you take away the gang's way of making money, does that hurt their numbers? Does it hurt their stuff, or do they just start doing other things? Because I would think if it's not like, if there's not as much profit to be had, then it's not going to be as enticing to like the younger people. Like, oh yeah, join this gang and you can just like sell a little bit of pot and become a millionaire. You know, now it's like, oh, you can join the gang, but if you want to really make it, you have to deal with, you know, heroin and meth and all this other stuff. And if you get caught with that, you get in big trouble, and it's harder to find your customers and blah 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 blah. So it's like it might be less attractive than before, where it was like, hey, dude, just like sell a little bit of pot and you'll make a couple $100, and that gets them in easier. So if that market's gone, you know, I'm hoping less kids think that joining a gang is a good choice, so they're more likely to find other avenues of making money, and hopefully those would be legal ways.
G-Web says unless a plate of brownies is protected by law. Wow. Of course, before that, he said, I doubt many of those crimes led to mass murder, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've heard that before, too, like from comedians' point of view, kind of, right? Was like, man, like the worst thing that happens if pot's legal is that, you know, there's a run on Doritos or something, like, you know, they just kind of go with that, like, yeah, if everyone smoked, they wouldn't kill anyone because they'd be too stoned to like get out the door. Seriously, they didn't call a penalty on that? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. I think the Red Wings lost last night. I'm not sure yet. I'm just watching a recording. But
you know who also lost last night again?
What?
You know who also lost last night again?
Who?
The Cubs. That's who.
Oh, I don't care about that.
It's 3-1 in the World Series right now.
Not a care in the world for that.
That's un-American.
Well, whatever. I like hockey. Not my fault.
You guys still talking about pot?
Sure. I switched over to hockey, but whatever.
No, we were talking about sports.
Goddamn lag.
Why, you got a opinion on the subject?
Well, you seem to be stumbling over the crime thing a bit. Did you ever get around to underground illegal pot operations?
What do you mean by that?
I guess not. So what I recall them discovering was that since they legalized the production of marijuana for recreational use and subsequently taxed that legalized production, regulated the production, taxed the production, that a lot of marijuana grow operations just went underground and just started producing it without being regulated illegally, and were able to compete with the regulated pot sales because they could offer it at a lower price, albeit on the black market, but didn't have to compete with the taxes that the government.
Okay, so you're saying there is still a market for illegal marijuana just because you can, basically the tax evasion part of it.
Well, there's more of a market now for illegal marijuana, yes, because it's been legitimized. So anybody can feel free to open up, set up a grow in their house and kind of fly below the radar.
Yeah, but if they get caught,
they're still making busts and whatnot, and it's still illegal, and they're still prosecuting these people who are doing it illegally. But since it's been legitimized, it's more acceptable. And the other thing that's happening is that the U.S. is now exporting marijuana to Mexico as opposed to the way it used to be.
Oh, that's good.
Since we've legitimized it in a number of states now. And so many people are just turning their houses into grow operations, flying under the radar. That it's being shipped out of state illegally, of course. But yeah, I think the illegal activity has increased since they've legalized marijuana for recreational use. It's a typical paradox.
Well, maybe they should look at getting rid of some of the regulations.
Well, one of the main reasons that the state governments wanted to pass recreational marijuana laws is so that they could have a steady income stream.
Right.
That
Yeah,
was
they
one of
wanted
the
taxes
incentives.
for sure.
But I also read an article about California growers who are not in favor of the proposition to legalize recreational marijuana because then it's going to cut into their business, and it's going to go to these factory grow operations and commercial growing operations, and nobody's going to want to buy. The demand for their product won't be as high, and then they'll have to compete on the black market in order to make a profit. So they've got a good thing going right now with the medical marijuana, where they can do it under the radar or for personal use or whatever. However, I have no idea how they do it, to be honest with you. But they are, there is some environmental impact with the way things are right now in California, where they'll just take swaths of hillside and clear cut them and set up greenhouses or open air grows and pollute the environment with
I
fertilizer
don't think
runoff,
those are
et cetera, et
those
cetera.
aren't the legal medical people though. Those are still just the cartels and shit doing it. Because there is still a
Yeah.
market for the, you know, for the illegal stuff. But you're right about,
It's a combination because it's not regulated right now.
I'm sure the
It's
medical
just
people
allowed.
are regulated. That's how Michigan is. You have to have a certain thing, and you can only have so many stuff, and they can come check up on you whenever they want. And if you're like a certified, like caretaker or whatever, like then you like have to follow. It is definitely regulated, and you pay for that for sure. There's all sorts of licensings and fees to be a medical one. Now, if it goes recreational, then that some of that might go away for personal use. Like anyone can just put it in their backyard or whatever. But if you still want to sell it in a store, you're still going to have to be a commercial or like a licensed grower, and your stuff probably has to go through what would that be, like product control, like quality and all that kind of stuff. So then that's where they'll get their taxes, is from the stuff that is sold in the store. Now, if gangbangers are still growing it illegally and selling it illegally and stuff, then maybe it didn't solve that problem. But I would think that there's a vast majority of people that, you know, whatever, they maybe do it every once in a while or something, and they would definitely rather just go to the store, even if it's a little more expensive, and because they know it's safe and like normal, you know, than buy it from Jim Bob on the corner, and you have no idea if it's laced with something, or you know, or you have to go to like a pretty shady neighborhood in your nice car with all your money and, you know, like it can be dangerous to buy stuff from the black market. So
yeah, I mean, if you're like Flippy and you've got more money than you know what to do with, you're going to go to the store. But if you're on a budget and you're a college kid or whatever, you're going to just get it from whoever. And that's the way it's always been, and that's the way it'll always be, even if you try and regulate it. It's a plant. It grows in the ground. You need sunlight and water. It's very simple. And with hydro, whatever, that it's still very simple, modern technique.
You see how far we've fallen where we have to use Flippy as an example for anything?
I know. It's disturbing. But I think there are laws in place in the state of California for medical marijuana as it stands now, and it is illegal to grow it for recreational purposes. But the state doesn't enforce that. The state doesn't have a task force that goes around. If anyone, the feds are enforcing illegal grows through the DEA, and so it's an alphabet soup when it comes to enforcement of these, and what bureaucracy is going to be able to do this.
Well, the thing about marijuana is, unless it's legal in every state, period, then the government will have to either crack down on every state. You know, there'll be a fight between the states and the actual federal government itself, or they'll just give in and say, okay, marijuana's not illegal anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it legalized on a nationwide level, but
you can't drive while using it.
No, you can't even have an open baggie while you're driving. So the problem I see, and it's probably just a short-term growing pains issue, is that you're going to have a whole huge number of people that try it for the first time because it's been legitimized. You're going to have a whole group of people that are getting it underage, like you do with alcohol, and alcohol is a fairly large problem, drinking and driving, etc. But it's gonna like double the problems within the first decade, and you're gonna have just a lot of people flocking to it, and any traction we've made in health, the health benefits of reducing smoking, it's smoking cigarettes, it's just going to be picked up by people smoking joints, and so we're not going to gain any ground in the short
Well,
term.
actually, in the places where it's legal, people have actually gone away from smoking it. Like the brownies and the candy and stuff is way more popular. So the people that just want to do it once every couple of months or whatever, like they just eat something.
Yeah, but the people who pick it up as a habit are going to smoke it.
How about the fact in some states where you can have a pot card or a gun card, but you can't have both?
Right, and that's because it's still federally.
Well, also, if you have a pot card, you're going to have some trouble getting other types of licenses, professional licenses as well.
I'm gonna say Juweb is asking, are there like pot addicts? And it is mentally addictive, but it's not like physically addictive. Like you don't go
psychologically. It's
Yeah,
psychologically.
yeah, but you don't go through physical things when you get off it, or if you don't have it for a while. You just might really, really want it or something, but you don't like, go through heroin withdrawals and like have shakes or whatever.
Just like not having a cigarette for a while.
Well, no, that one nicotine actually does have physical ramifications. You get through it and then you're fine, but it has some.
Dude, I went cold turkey, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm sure it's different with everyone, but it is nicotine is highly addictive, and it is a poison as well. So it's toxic.
But that doesn't mean I still don't want one every now and then. But
it's
I
a
don't.
toxic addiction. I used to smoke, and I would go off for a couple of weeks and maybe come back, and I was never that heavy, around the clock kind of smoker. But it definitely took me several years before like I had no feelings whatsoever towards smoking. Like I smell a cigarette now, and I'm just like, where's that coming from? Just curious, like who's smoking? But I have no like hatred towards that person or no desire to want a cigarette myself. But there was a period of time where like after I'd quit for maybe 6 months or so, like I just absolutely despised the smell of cigarette smoke because I knew it was trying to suck me back in. But now I'm just like, what is that, a Marlboro? These people must be downwind, just like a complete interference in my life, but no animosity really. So I feel bad. I actually feel bad for the people who I see or smell smoking a cigarette near me because they're killing themselves. But pot, on the other hand, I feel like I am being imposed upon because there are chemicals in that are going to affect my mindset. And it's a drug. It's really a psychoactive drug. So I don't feel like I should be subject to secondhand pot smoke.
On that note, I think, I'm so disgusted with myself that we use Flippy as an example that I'm going to go get steak from the store. So I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy, man.
Later.
Yeah, he just went to go buy a pack of cigarettes.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna grill up a steak, get it nice and charred, puff away, chain smoke a few, throw back a couple beers, slip right into his old ways.
Oh man, dude, I knew a guy that would like light one off the other one, like all night. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, so you seriously can't go 30 seconds without one. Like he would just one after another, literally. I'm like, I don't even get that. What the heck are you doing?
Yeah, no, I've been there. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I didn't understand it at the time. I don't understand it now, but I did that for, a couple hours, an hour, depended. If I was at a concert and I went outside, I'd have two, just because I knew I wasn't going to be able to have one for a couple more
And I
hours.
can see that. Like I'll see that at work. The guys on the line, like when I'm in the factory, when they get their break, they'll go out, have a couple, and then they got to go back on the line. But it's like they do that because that's their only time until like lunch break or whatever. So I can kind of get that, but like I said, this guy was just insane. It was just literally lighting one off the other one, cash that one out, and go to the next one, like just all night.
Going back to the pot for a second, reading some of G-Web's comments, he's saying like people go kill themselves on their 21st birthday because of pot. Well, if you look at the Colorado example, there have been documented cases of underage kids jumping off of balconies, because they had some edibles and it was too potent for them, and they didn't know. People freak the fuck out on edibles if they overdose. I don't know if you've heard the stories of people calling 911 and shit, and I've heard this firsthand stories of people just completely losing it. So that is a real problem. I mean, people say you can't overdose on pot, but you sure as hell can, and it's not pretty.
Well, you don't. You can't overdose for the sense that it's the pot itself that's killing you, but you could take so much that your mind is like really whacked out and you do something stupid. I'll give you that. But I mean, there's a thing called alcohol poisoning where literally it's just the alcohol is killing the person. Your body's shutting down. You don't have that with marijuana. Your body doesn't shut down because you had too much of it. You just freak out if you don't know what you're doing or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you can start to vomit. Absolutely. If you've had too much edibles, you'll vomit. Just like you would with alcohol, trying to get rid of it. It's poisoning your body. I mean, THC isn't a poison per se, but I think you're probably right. Nobody's probably died from a direct, toxicity of marijuana overdose, but yeah, it's not good. It's not. I mean, anything. Fuck, you can die from drinking too much water. So that example alone shows that anything can kill you.
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying I think that the fear of pot overdose is not really something to be concerned about because I think the vast majority of people won't get that way. Will there be some? Maybe. Yeah, there's probably are some cases of it, but in the grand scheme, I think the vast majority of people will like eat a couple things and then just hang out or whatever. Like it's, I guess I'm thinking again, it's when it's legal,
I want
be
it to
the
be
people
legal
in the middle
too.
that just do it every once in a while.
I do. I want it to be legal, but I want it to be legal on federal level because I'm sick and tired of this state by state bullshit. We see it with gun control. We see it now with pot. Whatever they want to just try and nickel and dime. You go from state to state, and you gotta have a lawyer in your back pocket to figure out what you can get away with. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it should be. I think it's about time for a federal thing, and I think that it will be. Especially there's like 3 or 4 states this election that have recreational up for vote. I forget which ones or whatever, but I think it's like 3 or 4 of them. So if those all pass too, now we'll have a good sample size of what would that be, like 6 or 7 states that it's legal, and then there'll kind of be a push on the federal level saying, look, nothing super crazy has happened in Washington or Oregon or Colorado or I don't know. I don't remember the states that it's for vote now. This isn't one of my, super interests. I think it should be legal, but I don't really care either way, to be honest, because I don't do it. And I don't care if you do or if you don't, like whatever. I'm very libertarian on it because it's like, you're not hurting me, so do whatever you want. If it starts hurting me, then okay, we got to look into it. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of spiteful because in my state where it's medically legal, they're not enforcing the laws that, you can't smoke it in public, you can't smoke it while you're driving. I see this happen every day. So I'm kind of bitter that, like, if they're not going to enforce the laws for medical use, and they're certainly not going to enforce it if you legitimize it for recreational use, because people are already using it for recreational use, and I can see they're not enforcing the laws. So I don't know. My thing is, I don't want to be around it when it's being smoked, and so I guess I just have to move to a state or a place where it's not popular, it's not legal. I mean, I don't know. It's too popular around where I am right now. I'm kind of bitter about it. I mean, sure, I'd like to be high all the time, but that's not who I am. It's not where I'm going in life.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, there probably will be some growing pains, but I think we'll figure it out. And as far as when you were talking about how the different states are different, it's all this like mismatched laws and stuff. Yeah, sometimes that can like cause a problem, but at the other time, I like to think of it as we have 50 experiments going on right now. Every state runs themselves a little differently, and hopefully in like the free market of ideas, the ones that like get it right and do a good job, the other states will look at them and say, okay, like Colorado, well, they raised this much money because they did it this way, but Washington actually had like too many taxes, so people just didn't bother buying it legally. They still went underground. So like you might learn that if it's like a 90% tax, no one opens up legal pot stores. But if it's a 10% tax, then people do, and you actually see more revenue. It's just like the prices of stuff, right? If something's $1 million, no one's going to buy it. But if it's $10, 1 million people will buy it. So you make more money for charging $10 for 1 million things than selling $1 million thing and only selling one of them. So I like the idea of the states kind of being an experiment of ideas. And if they can borrow from each other, because a lot of times that's what happens is, the states will get together and say, I like what you did there. I'm going to take that part of it. However, you had this consequence that I don't like. Well, this other state did it differently and they don't have that part of it. So I'm going to take half from you and half from the other guy. And then that ends up being the good one. And then the two original states might change their laws to match like that third one. Says, oh, you took the best from both worlds. We're going to try that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm wondering why G-Webs thinks that pot can help with guns. I think it's in opposition to guns.
I think he's saying more, and I don't necessarily want to put words in his mouth, but I think it's like a parallel to guns, like the way how like the pot people, like the pro pot people have made it so it's like, it's in everyday culture, and most people realize that it's not that harmful or whatever, and so they legalized it, and they're seeing that, because the government is like, oh my god, if we legalize pot, like kids will like murder their parents because they think they're aliens or something, like the scare tactic kind of stuff turns out not to be true. Because what was that? There was some old PSA like reefer madness or something, and it literally was like, if you smoke pot, you'll go crazy and kill your parents. Like that was the thing. And Anyways, so then now it's becoming more and more accepted. So from the gun point of view, if it gets like mainstream, now obviously, sure, tons of people own guns, but like if you ask the media, it's still just a group of crazy people that are paranoid that own guns, and like we're weirdos. Like, why should we have this? But I'll use the example like at my work, all the people I work with know I'm the gun guy, and they also know that I'm not crazy. So when they hear me talking to my other friend about like going to the range this weekend or something, they'll be like, "Oh, that sounds like a fun little adventure." Like, I went golfing this weekend, they went shooting. Well, it's a fun hobby.
Yeah, well,
She was right. It's not so much the words he puts in my mouth, but the way his fingers kind of linger. It's creepy.
Wow.
Sorry, G-Webs. I didn't mean to grab you by the pussy there.
Okay. That just ruined my train of thought. That they're trying to get that image out of my head right now.
Well, I can rest
So-
assured I have never lingered my fingers on G-Webs.
All right. So what I'm thinking and how legalizing pot could be in opposition to maintaining our gun rights is that if they get enough people potted up on weed, then they can turn around and say, look, these people aren't responsible anymore, certainly not responsible enough to own or carry firearms. So then it's kind of a contradiction, you know. The more freedom you have to disengage your brain, then the less freedom you're going to have to be responsible for explosive machinery, which is what firearms are. You know, all these pot baggies are going to come with warning labels. You know, just like all the over-the-counter medicines do not operate heavy machinery. And I see it going as more in much more liberal sense to allow people just to tune out and not fight for their rights and not realize what responsibility is. To what's the old saying? To turn in, tune out, drop out. Not it. Tune in, turn off, drop out.
Yeah, I don't know that one. But yeah, I don't know. Are you reading the side chat? G-Web's basically saying that you know, they don't say people who drink can't own or buy. So when pot equals booze, it will come off the 4473. And when we remove stuff from a 4473, we win. Which it would be nice if we just remove the 4473, but I guess you know, picking it apart is small victories at a time. Oh, Shaun of the Dead's on? Fuck yeah.
So, what is it called right now? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives? Is it going to be called alcohol, tobacco, firearms, explosives, and pot? Or is it going to go with the DEA? Is it going to stay with the DEA if it gets legalized and taken off the 4473?
Yeah, that's a good point. I would think because now it's just a matter of having the right license and paying the right amount of taxes and stuff. And the ATF is, well, it got moved though, didn't it? Because it used to be like under the IRS type thing. Like the ATF was only about like taxable things. And that's why it was alcohol, firearms, and tobacco, because you have to have the correct licenses to grow tobacco, or you have to have the right tax to make alcohol and all this stuff. So it would kind of make sense for like legal, you know, pot stores and stuff, since it's all about licensing and taxes. It should be lumped in with like the ATF and not under the DEA. But the ATF is kind of morphed from what it was supposed to be anyways. So who knows? they all fight for which alphabet soup agency gets to control what stuff.
Yeah, because then the ATF would get more funding and the DEA would get less funding. I mean, I really think Border Patrol and the DEA should be one unit because most of the drugs are coming across the border. Well, other than pot now, I guess. But all the cocaine for certain is coming across the border. Methamphetamines, heroin, whatever.
I was just gonna say, I think meth is about our only homegrown drug nowadays.
Well,
Like in a world, let's say, where pot is legal and anyone can have it, so it's no longer
Right.
a Schedule 1 on the federal level, so the DEA wouldn't care about it. Then meth is really like that's the one. It's in the South, man. Rednecks making it in their bathtub. Like that's a stereotype for a reason. Meth is a very American thing.
Although they still make it in Mexico.
Oh, I'm sure they
bring it
do.
across the border.
I'm sure any drug is made anywhere and smuggled anywhere else, you know.
But yeah, I think you're right in terms of the most drugs that come across the southern border. It's cocaine and heroin.
Yeah, those would be the big money ones for sure.
Question for you guys. I kind of had this conversation with Gavin last night, considering, you know, with my state and what they did with marijuana. I'm wondering if they did that because they fucking just, excuse my language, because they want us as a population, as a people, numbed down and dumbed down so it's easier for them to control us. Sure, smoke all the weed you want. Do this, do that. Have fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's possible. I mean, I guess if you're thinking high level stuff of like how do we control these people, kind of what Clay was saying a little bit ago, right? Is like you tune in, you turn off or whatever. Like that's they figure, okay, if everyone's just high and like playing video games and eating Doritos, then we can pass all these laws about whatever, and they don't care because they're not going to be paying attention. So that's possible. I think that's around the same level as, you know, they want to take guns away from people because it takes away your freedom of independence. You know, like people who own guns tend to be the prepper kind of type of people and the people that are skeptical of the government and they pay attention to stuff. And they realize that they can take care of themselves. They don't need someone to tell them what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we in general, we're independent, strong-minded people, and you know, we're willing to stand up and fight for what we believe in.
Right, and so maybe that
scares them, maybe.
Right, and that's so. If you think that gun control proponents are after guns because they're trying to, you know, control the people that are most likely to resist them, then that would be that same level of thinking is that they would also then want people to get stoned all the time because then they're easier to control. The same reason, like the people that think, you know, they want people on welfare because then they rely on the government and then the government can do whatever they want because the people are like, well, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Whereas if you're independently wealthy or just you work for a living, you don't need the government to tell you what to do. And you get resentful when they try and tell you what to do. You're like, dude, I made this money myself. Like, I can live on my own. I don't need your help. So, again, I don't think that necessarily was their main motivation for passing it. It was probably more they're looking at it financially, either the money they can make on taxes. And secondly, this was brought up earlier in the chat, but it was never like said out loud. It was typed in. I think G-Web said it. Also, you're saving money by not locking people up for having, you know, a dime bag in their pocket. That's just like if someone has a dime bag in their pocket or whatever, you have to pay the court for at least a couple days worth of court. You got to pay the jail for them to sit in there for a month or however long they get. And like, And for what? Like he wasn't hurting nobody. It doesn't really
Right.
matter. So they have less people in jail. They can lock up more murderers, and they can stop letting murderers out after 6 months. And then,
Yeah,
know.
yeah, because they would have more room in said jails if they quit filling them with guys who are out,
right.
exactly like you said, with a fucking dime bag in their pocket that wasn't hurting nobody.
And that's at odds with what the jails want. Because, and I don't know, jailed, prison. I always get confused which one's which or whatever. But like I'll just call them all jails. So the jails want the 18-year-old who had a dime bag in his pocket in there. Because for one, they're getting paid by the state. So, they get paid X amount of dollars per person. So if they have more people, they get paid more money. And those types of people don't cause problems, because they're just some scared kid who just wants to go home. If you have these violent gang members that are, coordinating with other gang members, and, those are the people that try and kill each other in the yard. And like, it puts your guards at risk. You have to do way more like searching for weapons and blah, blah, blah. Like they're harder to control. So they're like, we want to have as many people as possible because that's how we make money, but we want as many easy people as possible because then it's easier to make that same amount of money.
Yeah, it's business.
So that's, I don't know. And I don't know if private prisons make that incentive, like it makes it worse for that incentive, or even if it's like a fully state-run prison, well, the state employees are still going to want to have the easiest time at their job, so they would have that same motivation of not wanting violent felons. They'd rather have some non-violent drug people because they're just going to sit there and play cards and then go home. Like, I'm just waiting my time out.
I hear you on that one. So what is one of your guys' states trying to push for legalized marijuana? Is that where this conversation popped up from? I just tuned in.
I don't remember how this conversation started. Uh-oh, memory loss. That's one of the symptoms, isn't it? I promise you.
You already have your doobie for the day.
I am not under the influence of anything. But yeah, I don't know. We just started talking about it. And I do know there is a handful of states that's coming up for vote this year. I don't think Michigan is one of them. We have medical stuff already. We've had that for a while.
Yeah, the thing here is we had the medical system for a long time here, which it was a good system. It worked. It allowed the people who actually needed it to go out and get it and not have to worry about the repercussions. But when they legalized it, and then especially when they wrapped that into all the extended background checks and stuff that they pushed on us, I don't know, a year ago or so. I mean, it completely screwed. I've talked about this before on here, but it's completely screwed the medical marijuana system. And in these days, a guy who actually needs medical marijuana, it's natural. It works for him. He'd rather take that than take all the pills that these doctors like to shove down his throat. He can either do that, or he can, or if he wants to do that, he basically these days has to give up his right to the Second Amendment.
Let me in on how this is working for you in Washington, seeing as how California is in a similar situation, and maybe some of the other states that are looking to legalize it for recreational use also have it currently as medical only. Now you've got a medical card and your state legalizes it for recreational use. You just throw that medical card in the garbage?
No. Yes, you can, but from everything I know, the guys who are on the medical stuff, they're not paying the outrageous taxes and the outrageous and the outrageous recreational prices there, because
So
they're
there is kind of still a benefit to having the medical card. Just like
yes,
if you're in a state and you had a concealed carry permit and then they go constitutional carry, there are still benefits to having a concealed carry license.
yeah.
So a lot of people will still keep theirs even though they don't need it if they wanted to carry.
Yeah. Here the benefit is actually there's a couple of them. You can actually get better medicine because they actually have it separated. So if you're, from what I know, if like the medical marijuana shops, they can sell stuff that has, you know, a higher THC level than the rec shops, and so they can, one, get better medicine, and two, they can actually get it for cheaper because they're not paying the tax at 25% or whatever crazy amount that they're taxing it at.
So do you know if any of the dispensaries have gone out of business because of recreational use? The legalization of recreational use law, or have they just continued on business as usual?
Oh, that's a good question. I want to say that some probably have gone out of business, but then others who were ahead of the game and had money for the lawyers, had money to get their paperwork straight with the DEA or with the BATF or however all that shit works. Now they can actually serve both markets. They can actually serve the medical market and the rec market. But the guys who are strictly medical or strictly, I want to say, dude, I think that simple answer to your question is yeah. Some of them probably did go out of business
because the recreational one
on
took their customer base.
Yes, and because they made it just that much more difficult to keep up with the medical side. Yeah, because there's shops around here that were, you know, strictly well, shit, every shop around here until it went recreational was strictly medical. But after they passed that, you know, now you do have your strictly rec shops, but then you also have them guys who, you know, were in on this stuff from the beginning and do have their paperwork straight, and they can serve both markets. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
No, that's something I hadn't considered, that you could do both types of clients over the same counter. I would imagine you would have to have your accounting in working order to be able to say, oh, taxes for you, no taxes for you.
Right.
And document all of the credentials and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know the first thing about it. All I know is there's just a lot of abuse of the medical system here in California, and I'm going to just throw out a number: at least 50% of the people who purchase marijuana or are supplied marijuana through the dispensaries are using it for recreational purposes.
Well, and that's what I was going to say earlier too. I forget when I was reminded of it, but yeah, that's the majority. Like the majority of the medical stuff is just a ruse because they don't have recreational. Like I know so many people will be like, "Ow, my back hurts," and there are doctors that are like, "Okay, here's your thing." They're not all of them, sure, there are still good ones.
Yeah,
but like a lot of them.
I actually had a doctor who was taking my insurance and then one day wrote me a letter and saying, I'm not taking insurance anymore. And he was a medical marijuana doctor. And I know other doctors that that's their primary business, and that's fine for the people who need it. It's great. But I think I totally agree with you. Like, it's got to be at least 50%.
A lot
the
of them, I
people
think,
that
are
just get it for
backdoor,
stress.
like, whatever. Yeah.
Hey, but at the same time, I mean, whether you're smoking a bowl at night for stress, whether you're smoking a bowl at night to take care of insomnia, who's to say that that's not medical use?
No, I agree with you too, because stress is a killer. But what I see, and I don't really pay that much attention, but what I've seen is that people will go to somebody who has a card and give them money, and then that person with the card goes and buys the weed at the dispensary, and that person may be handicapped or have a medical issue, and then that person comes right back and sells or gives the weed to the person who gave them money. So it's like a straw marijuana purchase.
For the most part, around here, from what I know, I mean, yeah, you have your guys who whether it's medical or rec, you have your guys who will strictly go to that shop and pay that fucked up tax or whatever, whether you agree with it or not, and all that. But they legalize it, so now you just pretty much doubled, quadrupled the amount of just regular Joe Schmoes who are able to grow a plant here, and they're not even going into the system, into the shops to buy their stuff, because
So they're just growing. It's like having a garden out back, right? Like you just grow a couple plants and then that's good enough for your own personal use and that's it.
right.
Which they're
Right.
allowed to do that though? Like you can.
I
Or do
believe
you have
that's
to have a
written into the
license to
California
grow?
law. And I believe you can grow like whatever limit it is, an ounce or something, for
Here-
yourself without any regulation.
Here, if you're a medical guy, yes, you're allowed however many plants, however many mature plants, however many ounces of pure dried.
Right. But for recreational, can you grow your own?
Technically, they don't want you to, but at the same time, how are they going to control whether you got a fucking plant growing in the back?
Well, if it's
the
illegal to
back
have
of
a
your
plant
house
in
or
your
not.
backyard and someone sees it, that's what I'm asking.
I'm
Is
pretty
it
sure
illegal to
I
have a
read
plant
it
in your
in the
backyard?
California law that you were able to grow a limited amount for personal use without any regulation.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're right. I'm sure here, whether you are a medical guy or not, if you're a medical guy, you can grow more. But if you're just a rec guy and you're like, hey, I fucking like growing, or I like gardening, and I'm gonna put this pot plant in my backyard and I'm gonna take care of it and watch it grow, and
Well, yeah,
need to
because
go
it's the
with-
same thing with beer, right? You can brew a certain amount of beer for your personal use, and there's no regulation on that. But as soon as you go over a threshold, I have no idea what it is. I've done
Well,
some
it is-
home brewing. But I'm sure if you
Well,
start brewing kegs and kegs of beer and start selling them, that's clearly
And say that's
Okay,
exactly,
well-
that's what it comes down to is you're not allowed to sell it, and they look at a certain amount as being intent to sell. Like you said, if you have a keg of beer at your
Okay.
house, they're like, dude, no one drinks a keg of beer like by themselves. You're obviously selling this. Even if you weren't
Right,
planning
but
on
we're-
selling it, that's how they get you.
Okay, right, but here, yeah, even that medical marijuana that's being sold at these shops, the rec marijuana that's being sold at these shops, it is still, I mean, with all of the different brands out there, with all the different, there's still guys who are growing that shit in their backyard, and then they take it in and they sell it to these shops. But they're doing it legally.
Right. So if you want to sell it in a shop and you're growing it in your backyard, you probably have to have some type of grower's
Business-
license, right?
A business license.
Right. Okay. You have to have a business license. If you want to just do it for personal use, there's probably, we think, some type of limit of how much you can have, but you could do it just like if you wanted to grow tomatoes and
Yep.
then make salsa, you can do that.
Yep.
Just a garden.
Yeah.
So if you have a certain number, like a couple or 5 or whatever, I don't know how many, Okay, so that's what I was kind of curious about. So I would think that option is probably being taken up more by people that just don't want to deal with all the taxes and all the stuff.
Mhm.
Because, like you said, it is pretty expensive. And I don't think you were here when we were talking about it earlier, where I was saying like states can kind of borrow from each other as they have all these different laws. And I thought that yours was the one. I don't remember exactly, but yours, like the taxes are so high that there is still a market to sell illegally.
Oh, there's a
Like-
huge black market because of
because of the price.
Yeah,
But one of the other states, and I forget which one, they didn't put as high of a tax on it. So they haven't seen the black market go up. They've seen the black market go down, because if it's like, I can pay $10 for this much on the street corner, and I can pay $10 for the same amount from the store, and not risk getting mugged and not risk getting shot and not driving into a bad neighborhood or whatever. That was the Flippy analogy. Then they'd rather go in the store. But if it's $10 on the street and $100 in the shop for the same amount, then you're going to go to the street, because that's like
all
yeah.
day, every day. Yeah.
And so maybe in the future, as like other states are doing it, they may have looked at that and said, well, yeah, maybe, a 50% is too much. So we should do a 20%, and then more people will buy it legally and less will buy it on the street.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what they did here actually just, it actually just increased the black market and increased, the activity on the black market. And instead of going the other way, which is what they were hoping it would do, but
right.
But of course it's not going to go the other way because of the taxes and because of just the extra bullshit that goes into it.
Right. But if they, like I said, if they decrease the taxes percent, then you might see it go the other way. Like if you can get a similar amount for the same price, I guess is my thing. Like if it's equal, I don't see any incentive to buy illegally.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's the same quality and the same amount for the same price.
Totally.
Or even similar, right? I mean, that's almost like with guns. Do you buy online or you buy from a local shop? Well, if it's $10 different, I'm going to buy from the local shop. Like, yeah, I could save $10 by buying it online, but I want that local shop to stay in business.
Yeah, I think when they did all this here, they were hoping to curb the black market and kind of shut the black market down, but they don't really think through everything, and they institute. I don't know whether it's the tax that it's caused it or not, but it's done the absolute opposite.
It's probably it's probably part taxes and part the overhead for the regulations, like the licensing and all the stuff. Like that's, if it's $10,000 for a license a year or something, I don't know the number, right? Let's say it's that. Well, then you have to put that into your price. You need to put $10,000 as cost divided by how much you sell.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. Now, forget about just the license, but your business overhead just to have a storefront, just to keep the lights on, to hire employees. And that's a huge amount of overhead.
Security.
Oh, yeah, that's the
talked
other
about
thing I
this
was
the other
curious
day.
about. Like, there's got to be an armed security guard at every single one of these stores, even now that it's recreational.
Negative.
I know that. So that's what I want to know. I know in the medical, dispensaries, that there's always an armed security guard. So now with these recreational,
that's not true either. There's
well,
not.
I've never actually been in one, but I do see them outside.
I mean, here I've never been to one and seen a armed guard out front. The dispensaries, they already have security built into their operation. You already got to be buzzed in. There's 2 locked doors. You already got to be buzzed into one. They let you in, show your card, and get buzzed into the other. That's how it was back in the medical thing. But they don't have a so-called security guard, standing guard at the door at all times, because because of, because this is a high risk thing or whatever.
Well, I'm sure it depends on area and different stuff, but actually they were just talking about this on the radio last week. There's a legal medical place, and it's, I don't know, somewhere. I think it's on 8 Mile somewhere, but it's basically it's not in a good neighborhood. And they were talking about how like they have attempted burglaries like once a week.
Totally.
And this guy called in, and basically, like you were talking about, right? There's like a little vestibule. You go in the one door, and they don't let you in the other one until you show them your medical card. And he was saying during the day, they have a guy in that area, like physically there, checking the card, and he's like an armed like bouncer type of thing. Okay, great. So that's your protection there. That's your security. Well, then at night, they have a night shift guy who stays in the warehouse, and he sits in his little office with like 20,000 camera screens and everything. And he was saying like all the time people will try the back door, and they'll kind of like bump it once, realize that it's not going to open, and walk away.
Yeah, perfect example here. There's a medical shop close to me, and they do the locked door thing, and then even once you get in there, all the product, I mean, you gotta, it's actually a nice place, but I mean, okay, so they have their little lobby, they got the couches for you to sit down and wait for whoever's done at the counter so that you can go up. But you go to that fucking counter, there's the 2-inch thick bulletproof glass separating you from that employee, separating you from all that product, and nothing comes out to your side. It all goes through a little trap door, and
right. So, just like a liquor store in the middle of the hood. I mean, that's what they live in, a little glass phone booth. But one of the reasons for that, it's they break, or they try and break in, or they try and rob it, not just for the product, but also, and this is a problem because it still is only state legal, it's not federal. It's a cash business. That's what this guy was talking about. Like credit card companies will not process a credit card transaction. So it's cash only. And so they just have tons of cash on hand. I mean, they go to the bank every day and do a deposit and stuff, but they just have tons of cash on hand.
Yeah. Here they have, I want to say they have started to, I don't know how they got it worked out, but you can actually go in and buy whatever with your fucking Visa card at certain places.
Well, they probably just have to go to a different, because all the credit card things, those are different. What do they call it? Like a transaction, like the transaction fee, right? So there's companies, a processing center, that's what they're called. So they probably just had to go to like a smaller processing center that is willing to take the risk, because if you think about it, federally, that processing center could be considered like a money laundering thing, because they're taking money for what is considered federally illegal. So it's an illegal product, and they're turning it into clean money in a bank account somewhere. Like they could get in trouble. So you have to find someone who's willing to take that risk. And I bet you, I don't know this for sure, I bet you those processing centers are charging a lot more than if you worked at a hardware store.
Right, because
you might charge 10 cents a transaction at a hardware store, and it's $2 for the marijuana store.
Right, yeah, because doing business with that segment of the population or whatever is considered a higher risk. But I'm gonna go back to the security thing for a second. I mean, even that store that I was just telling you about, they have attempted break-ins a week, whether it be somebody driving their truck through the door, or whether it be someone like you just said, going and feeling around the back door, whether it be someone jumping on the roof and trying to shimmy down through the HVAC system. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of that goes on as well, because it's a cash business, and there's still a lot. I mean, if you don't know the right person, if you're not willing to pay those crazy rates that that you're just talking about for it being a high risk kind of business. I mean, yeah, for the most part, I want to say 90 to 95% of what's going on here is total cash business. I mean, these guys are they're when they're going to the bank, they're doing their deposits and $50,000 a day in fucking cash. You know what I mean?
So this could be a positive angle for the pro-gun movement, in that since we have to carry cash around, and now we're carrying controlled substances around for fun, that we also need to be armed because we'll be an easy target.
I would think so. I mean, like I said, the guys on the radio, the one dude, like I forget what the news story was that sparked it. I think it was one of these. You sparked my memory when you said the dude like climbing through the air vent. I think that's what happened at this place, and the dude got stuck or something. So like the security guard like called the fire department to cut him out of the thing or whatever. Like it was something like that. Like that's why they brought it up, because it was funny. And then they ended up having a couple different people call in, and yeah, they were all saying, "Dude, I'm sitting there in the office. I got a full size whatever on my side, and I got an AR-15, and that's." He's like, I'm loaded up, because the people coming in here, it's not one person, not like a house where maybe one person breaks in. It's like they come with 10 people because they want to be able to carry as much as possible. So he's like, and they could very well be armed because it's still 10 versus 1. So the one dude called in, he was awesome. I'd love to like get him on gun channels, whoever the hell he was. But I mean, it was a perfect example of why AR-15s are good self-defense tools. Because he's like, I have to be able to outmatch them.
When they have a gang of guys either beating down the door, running, or running through the door and all that stuff. Yeah,
I think it's a great thing that they're doing, or G-Webs is doing the I Hate Guns podcast for Dead Horses AR builds on a weekly basis, and just to show the world how straightforward this is. It's nothing. There's no big mystery here, and why people do it, to have a custom rifle, and just how benign this rifle really is. It's just an assembly of plastic and aluminum and steel. I read a quick little article that popped up on the top of my Yahoo News feed about how the NRA was telling people how to build an assault rifle for cheap. And it's just a stupid little article about how there was an NRA article about how you could get an Anderson upper and a lower parts kit for $400, and the person who wrote this criticizing article was like, is it worth it? Is it worth it for all that extra danger? And I was just like completely detached from reality, in that you still have to buy the lower receiver as the firearm, serialized firearm, and that these things just snap together like Legos. It's not a big deal. And some of the comments of that article were just your typical "you libtards are so stupid" kind of bullshit. But I think we really do need to open people's eyes up to the fact that these AR-15s are just a really good, efficient fighting rifle. It can be used for home defense, for self-defense.
I mean, but I'm sorry to cut you off, Clay.
No, it's fine. I just had one other thing. I've been watching these old Clint Smith videos that are just spot on and timeless.
The raw Clint Smith.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're his urban carbine or urban rifle course.
Okay,
There's a part 1 and a part 2.
Yeah,
and
that's on my to-watch list.
He's just going nonstop on the range for like an hour with his AR-15. He just makes it seem like it's just another tool, like a sledgehammer or a saw, and it's just what you need to stay safe in your house. It's great.
Yeah, but with the marijuana thing and with how the guns come in, I mean, with just what they did here, how it fucked everything up. And I don't know if they did this intentionally so that they could, go after guns and just get rid of a percentage of the population that they didn't have to worry about, just because they're on the the wacky weed or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, since it is still technically illegal under federal law, I mean,
Yeah, it's a
You-
catch-22.
yeah,
They've created a catch-22 for you.
right.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't smoke weed. I don't really have any interest in it. I think it's all right that they're trying to push it to legalize it, but I also think that it could have some serious detrimental effects to our freedoms if they get
if-
enough people tuned out to the real issues in this country, and we don't
Well, it's
hold our government to upholding the Constitution
okay.
like it should
I
be.
agree with you.
They're just going to try and gouge us on taxes to put this in with the BATFE, and I think it should be just a plant that people grow and do what they want with. I don't think it should be controlled, regulated. I think that's ridiculous. I don't know why it's even a thing. But anyways, Liberty Watch is starting up. Looks like G just posted the link. I think I'm just going to go listen to that for a while and get back to my weekend chores. So thanks for opening up this lobby, Smeggy, and it was good talking to you both.
Yeah, no problem. Stop on in whenever you want. I think I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's just you heading over there too?
yeah, I was gonna say, well, I'm gonna leave this open just because it's still live, but yeah, I'll probably kind of be like AFK. I'm gonna be watching that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go tune into my Seahawks game and see how we're doing. I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, yeah, man, take it easy.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Smeggy.
Did you finish all of your chores?
Yeah, and I also went to Taco Bell. This hour of the program is brought to you by Taco Bell's extra large meat burrito.
Oh my. You know, I haven't had Taco Bell in a while.
Good stuff. I'm stuffed. I thought there was going to be a really small taco or burrito, but it's very big. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mowed the lawn.
Well, that's good. Like I said, gotta get your work done.
This is going to be an exciting program. Hold on. We're going to test the Wi-Fi here. I'm testing their Wi-Fi and the broadcasting capabilities of this Chromebook. Anyway, hope you can see right behind me the damage done to the fence by the hurricane.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Anyway, there's the tree that went down. The fence is knocked down.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's the tree next door. Do you see it, Smeggy?
Yeah, I can see it.
They put this rubber thing here, this netting, so it acts like a fence. The people next door are nice people, are putting Halloween stuff out. They make it into a scary house for the kids. This is a giant hole that my little nephew dug up. That kid he's a riot. This is the John Deere tractor I used.
Right, yeah, that's not a tractor.
Yeah, lawn mower with a tractor on top. I don't know.
Riding lawnmower would be the answer.
That's it. Riding lawnmower. You can put attachments to make it do stuff. Fence is down. Anyway, all over the neighborhood, they have these piles of debris they haven't collected yet. I hope you can get a clear picture.
Yeah, it's showing up right.
Yeah. Things fell on the houses, fortunately.
Yeah, that's good.
I didn't see any damage to anybody's house. They're having a party next door. Apparently, the man is a sheriff. Party. Anyway, this is a corner lot, so it's big. I had to mow all this.
Oh my.
Yeah. Luckily, I didn't have to bag the leaves. This is the kind of leaf I was talking about.
Right.
Not that tiny leaf that you got, but it's pretty big. I don't want to bag it.
Yeah, I just mulched my stuff up.
That's what I did. I just mowed it down and made it disappear. Because I'm not bagging that stuff. I'm not getting paid.
Either that or let it just blow into the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, but I don't know. Those people are nice. There, it's fixed. I'll have to fix that from the other side later. So a dog doesn't run away.
Rolls
Took
all
some
the
of the
way,
fence.
G-Webs. Rolls. Sorry, you probably can't see the chat or whatever because you're wandering around, but they're like, what is this, yard channels? And he goes, I have a sod question. Rolls or squares?
All I can say is brown side down, green side up.
Yeah.
This is with a black widow spider. Anyway, I think that's the last for yard talk.
Okay.
Hi, Emmett.
What's up?
I'm live from Orange Park, Florida.
Not great. The microphone's not working.
Oh, great. Another person obsessed with oranges.
Citrus fan.
How about now?
Wow.
How am I coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, Jesus, that cat scared the fucking shit out of me.
That's Rufus.
Yeah, I did not expect.
He's going to steal your soul through the computer.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats, so.
You want to come out?
If I start sneezing, it's on you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know. You can go out.
My computer, oh jeez, my computer froze up yesterday while we were chatting, and I was like, "Am I gonna restart this?" And then I'm like, "No, fuck it, I'm going to sleep." So I just dropped out.
Yeah. A good cat.
What are you up to this fine Sunday?
Oh, the dog.
I'm just sitting around, man. I
Dog.
didn't do much of anything today.
Oh, it's a cute doggy. Look at that. What the hell kind of dog is that?
The dog.
Dude, there's a rat in your house.
That's
I don't know
amazing.
how old
That,
dog.
it's amazing that the cats and your rat live together.
It's a Bichon Frise. Fancy
Is
dog.
Is that French for floor mop?
It has skin problems.
I thought those dogs got big. Is that like a puppy or something? Maybe I'm thinking of a different dog, but I thought the Bichons were like large-sized dogs.
Nah, dude, that dog looked
They're
old.
celebrating. The Raiders and the Buccaneers are going into overtime.
Yippee!
Yeah, 24-24. Anywho, that's Bichon Frise, the dog. Coco. She's old. She's over 10 years old. They were going to put her to sleep the other day, but I guess he got a reprieve. Got a reprieve.
Oh man, that dog looks nothing like what it should look like.
Yeah, it's bad.
That dog should be all like fluffy and shit.
It's got a very big skin problem.
That's a funny looking dog. Like what they're actually supposed to look like. What?
You are just killing me in the chat, man. Talking about rate control and then just commenting on our conversation. I want Moon to jump in, dude. I want to hear about the range. Let's talk guns.
Dude, Google like Bichon Frise and look at that fucking thing. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's sad.
No, I don't mean your dog. Your dog is old. I get that. I'm talking about the actual how they're supposed to look like. Whatever.
He's over 10 years old.
I don't know. All my dogs lived like a bunch. My two dogs that died. One was like 16 or 17. The other was 20 something.
Wow.
Yeah, that fucker was old. He had ass cancer though. You don't want to get that.
Jesus. Okay, that's not the type of dog I was thinking of then.
Yeah, but isn't it hilarious though, Smegs?
Yeah, little fluff balls.
Yeah. So guns.
Yeah, guns are fun. I like guns. Oh man. I'm still excited that I met my neighbor from across the street who's into guns. That's cool.
Someone photoshopped Hillary Clinton tweet saying, "I've known Anthony Weiner for a long time and consider him a friend. His impending suspicious suicide will take a heavy toll on me." Oh man.
Oh. And I'm thirsty. I think I'm gonna walk to the Stella.
You need some Fago.
That's what I'm thinking.
You need some pop.
I was drinking water earlier, but I'm over that now. Water's for chumps. But I'm also lazy, so should I just drive to the store? I don't know.
You can walk. It's good for your body and stuff.
But I'm being lazy. See, I'm
Product.
thirsty. Do you hear?
Yep. Lazy. Oh.
I might need to drive to the store.
I don't understand you guys. Look, this is how I solve this shit. Look. See? I have big bottles of soda. And then I don't need to go to the store to buy like a tiny ass can of soda.
I don't buy a tiny can. I buy a 24 ounce.
That's it. I'm drinking Coke Zero, which is kind of sad. But
Yeah.
yeah, but I can't. I drink a lot of Coca-Cola. I can't drink like real Coke all the time. I'll be like, I'll balloon.
Blue raspberry, Route 44 slush with Nerds candy.
Yeah, I need a Slurpee today. I don't need a pop. That's what I need. I need a Slurpee.
Slurpee.
Drive or walk, drive or walk. What should I do?
This? Why is everyone introducing like fucking new guns that no one needs? Now Walther is introducing a new fucking hammer, striker fire gun.
What gun is that?
I don't know. Apparently, it's called the Creed.
I thought someone was talking about it the other day, and it's just that they, it's not really necessarily a new gun. It's that they're like renaming one of their guns, like they're giving it a name.
So is it the Walther? Is it the P99 basically?
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. It was on This Week in Guns. They were talking about it.
I'm really happy G-Webs isn't on chat yet.
Nah, he's busy making fun of us and working.
He would have been like, "What do you mean guns that no one needs?" And then I would have gotten like a 5-minute lecture and felt bad.
Yeah, it's the PPX.
Oh, okay.
Basically, they're just naming it now.
I feel like we need like companies that make real guns that like put out more real guns, like made from metal with hammers. Why is no one doing that?
Well, go to it. Start making them. If there's a need in the market, someone will buy it.
Glock makes the best Glock, so let Glock make Glocks and make other guns.
There's nothing wrong with companies making different stuff.
Yeah, but it's not different. That's what's pissing me off. It's really just Glocks that are dressed forcefully.
I don't know. I think some of the guns are different. Like, I don't remember the PPX exactly, but like, I know some of the other Walthers, like their ergonomics is just awesome. Like they always kind of have like weird looking grips, but it always fits your hand like awesome.
The only Walther I actually handled was the 99, and I agree that's actually, yeah, it's a comfortable gun.
Like the PPQ, which I know that's a full size and all that, but like it's got a weird like donkey leg kind of thing. Like it comes down an angle and then the angle changes and stuff. Like it looks kind of weird and it's got like swells in it and stuff. But man, it's like you grab that thing and it's like, yep, this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to go shoot one of those somehow. If only I lived in it would be somehow fucking not horribly difficult. You have to find like a range that has rentals, which is fucking non-existent, and fucking
Yeah.
Or just like ask, does anyone have a Walther PPQ and wants to go shooting? Because someone has a Walther PPQ in Israel, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've handled one before. I've never shot it. So I haven't found a place yet that has it for rental, but I've seen it for sale and handled it.
I used to say like, oh, there's no way anyone in Israel has that gun, and then every time there's like one motherfucker, you know, that somehow like the gun is not even imported into the country, but somehow he has. So I'm right now,
someone has it.
No, because you know it's like, think about it. It's a country where most people could, if you can own a gun, which means you're very lucky, then you can usually only own one gun, and then you're like, there's no way that anyone was like fucking. Okay, Walther PPQ is like, okay, that somehow makes sense, but then you're like, those 22, what are they called? Those tiny ass revolvers that G-Webs has a bunch of.
Oh, the North American Arms.
Yeah. So you would think those wouldn't like fucking be around, right? Because who's gonna buy that as their only gun? And yet, no, they're there. They exist. I've seen a person who carries that. That's his carry gun. His only carry gun. Like, okay, how'd you get it? Where? I don't know. I guess he went and got a personal import license just to get that. Which is kind of neat, but weird.
Okay. I'll be back. I don't think I'm going to jump in on my phone. I'm just going to drive up there.
Good luck
I'll be
with the
back in
setup.
a couple minutes.
Everyone's excited about the football game. Anywho, I got a book. This is my nephew's Cub Scout Webelo's handbook. Look at this thing. It's huge. Okay, they're coming off a bit. Energy use. Bulbs.
No, I'm not shaming them. I don't understand how that trying to understand the thought process of someone who can only have one gun and he's like, yeah, I'll take that. That's for me.
What is their choice?
The tiny North American Arms 22 revolver, which they're neat. I'd if I carry a bunch of guns, I would definitely I'd put one in every pocket and one in every sock. I don't give a shit, but I don't know. I just can't imagine who that is a good choice for as their only gun. Maybe someone who doesn't want anyone to ever know he's carrying a gun, like at all, never, ever. Maybe he works at like a place where he's not allowed to carry.
It's like a little Derringer, right? I gotta look at that. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Foos. Hey, Foos.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey. If you could hear all this noise, just mute me. I am.
All right.
Yeah. I just got finished loading 1,000 rounds, and I am chamber checking all of them. So. Got to replenish the stock that I shot over the past couple days.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm so glad you said that I'm alright. I was worried before that I might not be.
What are you right on?
No, there's some dude who said that I'm alright. So in the chat.
Oh.
So I'm just thanking him for the validation because I've been waiting for it.
Because, you know, we all have to validate our feelings.
No, I need my feelings validated. I have very dark and violent feelings and no one wants to validate them.
Oh, those could be validated easily.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like ever since I'm not in the military, the only time I get those feelings validated are like on reserve duty. 'Cause other than that, I'm like, don't you all want to blow some shit up? And everyone's like looking at me like, why? You know?
Because it's fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh well. So what are you up to today, Foos?
I'm chamber checking rounds that I just made.
Yeah. What caliber?
9 mil.
Hmm.
I just made 1,000 rounds.
Christ. How long
What?
does that take you?
What time is it? 3. I finished up right after Liberty Watch, and I started about 20 minutes into Liberty Watch. So what is that? Hour and 40 minutes?
Oh, it's not bad.
No, not at all. Progressive press all the way. So I just listen to Liberty Watch, making some freedom seeds.
I feel a need to buy a knife.
Feel a need to buy what?
A knife.
Oh.
I have to get all my knives out of the box where they're stored somewhere so I can look at those and not spend my money on a new knife.
Oh, you don't want to duplicate knives?
No, I want a lot of knives. I just don't have money for it. What I really want is a really, really big-ass fighting knife. Not for any reason. It's not like I'm going to do any knife fighting. I just like looking at them.
Yep.
Well, like
You have
a big,
a shovel.
yeah, I have the shovel. want a Bowie knife. That's what I want. But like one of those old style Bowie knives. Like the ones that Case makes.
Wow. Some money there.
Yeah.
A Kentucky toothpick.
Yeah, G-Webs, I completely agreed with your point, by the way, about knives. Knife fighting isn't a thing. All it is like either stabbing someone or getting stabbed, or yeah. But I still just want like I just want a big Bowie knife because I think they look nice. And plus, I use my knife for when I'm actually outdoors. I use my knife for a bunch of things, and having a big, heavy knife is good for some of those things.
The only knife fight I want to get involved in is the one where I get to use a semi-dull piece of lead that's flying at 1,100 feet per second.
Well, I'll get into. I'm willing to like get into a knife fight with someone who has a knife, and I have my shovel. I like those odds.
I'd still rather have a piece of lead.
Oh yeah,
Fine.
definitely rather have a gun. Yeah. There's like some Russian quote that's like, in order to get into a knife fight, a soldier must be incompetent enough to lose his rifle and his shovel and his helmet
And his pistol.
and his pistol, and find himself an equally incompetent enemy soldier that has lost all those items, and then fight him with a knife.
Mm-hmm.
But I like. I wonder if my shovel kept rusting after I. No, not rusting. It has a bunch of crap on it from the sheath. But I mean, look at that.
I can't. Okay. Now I see it.
I see. It just makes me happy.
The skull splitter.
I have an urge to like sharpen this to a ridiculous amount and shave with it. I don't know why.
Or
This is definitely going with me. Bye. On the next reserve. Then, you know, they used to make fun of me for all my stuff, but now they're not even like surprised. If I don't bring like crazy shit with me.
So you still have like you're still on your like reserve status?
Yeah.
Wasn't sure how the Israeli military did it.
Oh yeah, I have a good fucking 11 years left of that.
Okay.
At my next, I got a week in the end of December, between the 14th and the 22nd. So I'm probably changing my job there. So I don't know how that's gonna go. That's gonna be strange. I'm gonna like change platoons. I'm gonna be like the platoon commander of the new platoon that I'm transferring to or something. I don't know. I hope someone's gonna explain my job to me because I don't have any fucking idea how to do it. So it's gonna be because I'm in the radio platoon and I'm transferring to the medical evacuation platoon, and apparently I'm gonna lead that platoon, which I'm cool with. Like I wanted to transfer, but I don't know. I've never done anything related to that, so I don't know. It's gonna be kind of weird. Hey, hi guys, I'm the new guy. By the way, I'm gonna tell you what to do from now on.
No, that's like a normal boss. They tell you how to do your job, and they don't know how to do your job.
Yeah, but you see, I'm 29, and there are guys there that are 35 and 36 and 37.
You're only 29?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I thought you were like upper 30s.
I don't even look old. I don't look old, do I? Oh,
I don't know.
whatever. Anyway,
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I don't know.
It's gonna be strange.
Yeah, the age, it's like the older you get, the tougher it is to tell someone's age. Like, I'm 35, and it just is difficult to tell, someone's around my age, north of my age, south of my age. It's
The foos is loose.
Yep.
Oh, Smiggy's back. You got a soda?
No, I do not have a soda.
So, I went to
Slurpee.
on the way to the range. I stopped at a Casey's General Store here in town, gas station, and they have Red Bull, not Red Bull, but Monsters, 3 for the price, 3 of them for $5, and they're like $2.80 a piece. So of course you're going to get 3 of them. And I left the store. I'm like, I'm going to get 3 different flavors. Left the store on the way to the gun range. I looked at them like, I'm so fucking American. Even my taste buds are red, white, and blue. So I went and shot and realized that my sights are still off on my SPO1, and my rear sights bottomed out, so I had to order another front sight, a taller front sight.
Foos,
Yeah,
don't lie to the people. You suck at shooting.
that too. Hey, I have to blame it on the gun. So,
Oh yeah, last time I was at the range, I realized my sights are like my either my sights are off or my point of aim is off. Something's off because I'm hitting way higher than what I'm aiming for. So I don't know.
is it a tight group?
Oh, if I want it to be, I don't really try too hard at that. But if I want it to be, it's fine. It's not super tight. I'm not a great shooter, but I'm an okay shooter. It's definitely that, because when I was aiming low, like I was shooting plates, and when I was aiming where I thought I should be aiming, nothing happened. When I was aiming very low, or what I thought was very low, well, they started fucking dropping, So
Is it like a 6 o'clock hold? Like you have to put the sight just under?
yeah,
Or is it like if you put it just under the bullseye, it's still hitting like way up top, like by inches?
it's I don't know. I have to like further
Investigate?
investigate it, because I only like realized it because I have to be honest. I don't care that much. Like as far as I'm considered, if it's on the target, because I'm going to shoot you 5-6 times fast. So
Well, you know what you could do is you could just train yourself to start flinching, and then you would be pulling the shots down, which would actually be hitting right where they're supposed to.
no, I should fucking figure it out. But the other thing is, I'm going to put new sights on my gun soon, so I don't know. It's kind of strange because I didn't notice it before, but I guess it's because I wasn't really going for super accurate. I don't know.
Yeah, this weekend I've been practicing 20-yard headshots.
Right.
And doing about a second splits. I'm putting out of a magazine of 17. I'm consistently hitting 15 and 16 on the head, and that's totally not acceptable. I need to make it all. I need to have all of them on the head, and I need to be, 10 or more of those in the eye box.
That's okay. That's where I want to be, but I'm way, way, way far from that. Like I want to. That's my goal for like after I do a bunch more training.
No. Yeah, that's with my practice gun. With my main gun, I have a tighter group, but they're all like right around the neck area because my sights are still off. So, and my rear sight's bottomed out, so I need a taller front sight. So,
But when you're talking about doing that, when you're talking about shooting it, how do you do that? How do you shoot those 17 rounds? Like, what's the pace?
about a second apart.
Oh, yeah.
And if I notice that if I pick up the pace a little bit, I'm still aiming for the head, like with my practice gun, I'll drop them closer to the neck area.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the faster I go, I go down a
Lower?
little bit more. Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, I have really good. I mean, a 9mm doesn't kick for me that much.
Yeah, but it's still like, I don't know.
You also have to think I shoot a CZ, so I don't have much muzzle flip.
Yeah, I should have seen it.
We all shoot CZs. That's why he said out in the chat it's a CZ convention going on.
No.
Man, I'll tell you what. Yesterday, after shooting those single stacks,
Mm-hmm.
and then going back to my CZ for a couple of rounds, just while I was waiting for the shield to get turned back in, so that I could, trade out the Ruger.
Mm-hmm.
I put a couple mags through, and it was like I heard a bang, I saw a hole in the paper, but I wasn't sure if my gun went off. Like in comparison, I was like,
Oh yeah.
I really don't. What? Huh? And I guess you just get kind of used to it when like that's all you're shooting. So then it's like, okay, yeah, it doesn't kick very much. That's cool, whatever. But then when you shoot a little small one, it's still, like you said, 9mm doesn't kick a lot. I'm not sitting here complaining. But
Right.
when you go between the two, it's, it's like driving a car and then you jump in your truck. And you're like,
Right.
oh, wow, this is high up. But when you drive your truck around all the time, it just looks normal. You're like, oh, yeah, this is just what driving looks like.
Right. Now something even funny is if you go like from your CZ to another similar size gun like a Glock, or even worse, a SIG, and then you start putting some rounds to that, then go back and you're like, okay, it's the same freaking size, but it's the same feeling because there's just so little recoil in the CZs.
It's not only the recoil. If you go to a Glock, it has a factory trigger.
Well, I'm not even talking about triggers. I'm just talking about
I'm not
after the
trigger,
shot.
I'm not trigger sensitive. I'm a crude motherfucker. I press that thing good, but I don't care for the Glock trigger, and I really don't care for SIGs.
I would take a SIG's trigger over a Glock's any damn day.
Yeah. No. The thing with the SIGs isn't the trigger so much as just they're out there built. Like all of the 2.2 whatevers, they're all like, I don't know, they're boxy.
There's a tank on the top of your slide, basically.
I don't know. They're clumsy motherfuckers, as I'm considered. I mean, I'm sure they're good guns. Glocks are good guns.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not saying anything bad about it. Well, I am saying something bad about them, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm never gonna own this or never gonna shoot that. I just prefer other guns, and people are like, oh, I love this gun. I'm like, fine, shoot it all the hell you want. Hopefully, you wear the damn barrel out. Because that's my goal. The goal for my 2 CZ is I have to get a different CZ because I wore the damn thing out.
That's like 50,000 rounds, man.
Oh, it's more than that. Because if that was it, I would be well over halfway from my CZ, and my shadow, and I'm not even remotely close.
Let's say it's comfortably 50,000 rounds. It might be closer to 100.
Oh, I'd say it's north of 500.
So
I don't
how many
know.
rounds do you think you have in yours?
My SPO1 Shadow, I know I have north of 25,000.
Wow. And how long have you had that?
I bought that 3 years ago this fall.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
So you're doing like
Yeah.
8 to 9 grand a year.
Yeah, this year on that gun was a little light because I bought a backup gun that I use for practice. So this year on that gun, on my competition gun, I may have 5,000 through it. But whenever it was my only gun, oh yeah, I'd be north of 10. I was north of 10 for a couple years.
Well, I guess when you really think about it, though, I mean, that's like what we've talked before, right? When anti-gunners are like, he had 500 rounds of ammo with him, and you're sitting there going, okay, so that's like a good weekend? Like, 500 rounds of ammo is nothing?
You know, and people's like, oh my God, that's so much money. Yeah, it is if you don't reload. I mean, if you think about it, 10,000 rounds.
Okay, hey, we don't need to turn this into a reload.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not going to. But if you think about it, 10,000 rounds for me is $1,000. So I don't go on, expensive vacations like to, I don't fly anywhere for vacations. I don't go to theme parks. I don't, go out to dinner in a neighboring town and spend, a long weekend there. So people are like, oh my God, it's so much. I'm like, yeah, but how much do you spend on this hobby of yours or that hobby of yours? They're like, well, I go out and I'll spend, $300 a month on a hobby. Well, shit, that's my ammo money plus a bunch. Even if you're spending $100 a month on a hobby, that's still more than my ammo budget a year is. I just tend to buy. Like
10,000 rounds for me would be like $6,000 if I get a good deal.
Yeah. Well, that's more than factory prices here.
Yeah.
So, Moon, how was shooting? Let's hear all about it.
Oh,
What'd you shoot?
it was just a shooting at the range.
I want to hear every magazine broken down by everything you shot.
Play by play.
Nah, that would be boring.
It went
I,
bang, and then it went bang again.
Well, did the cycle did the slide cycle between each bang?
Yeah,
Between each bang, it did a full cycle, so you never went to a dry mag. Awesome.
Yep. I always knew when there was just one left, and I dropped a mag and reloaded.
Okay.
So it's just one continuous bang, 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 bang for 100 times. Just into the dirt at the end of the berm. No, but really, I shot my 34 at 25 yards. The first shot was like a half inch next to the bullseye. I was like, holy shit. And then I didn't duplicate that. But I still did. I got 8 in there out of 10 with that 30, the 34. I think I might have done better with the 19 like last time. But yeah, I like that gun. Just got to break in the trigger, I guess. I shot my AR.
The jack,
up
right?
close. I shot it at 25 yards to where the irons are zeroed. It's so hard to see the front post against the black splatter target silhouette that I was using. So I had to actually like concentrate, move it over to the white, and then move the post over to the head and pull off the shot. These are all standing. So, and then I pulled it into 10 yards and just did reloads the rest of the time. I like load a mag up to 5 or 4 or 3, and then put one in my back pocket. But shoot the guy till empty, and then shoot him in the reload, shoot him in the chest and the head and shit. It was fun.
You shoot him in the dick?
No, he didn't have a dick. It was already cut off.
You gotta shoot him. You gotta shoot him straight in the dick.
Yeah, I guess I could shoot him like in the bladder,
That's good.
but that's not as fun. That's basically what I did. It was fun.
Good deal.
And I haven't done reloads with an AR.
That's fun. Good times. Fun stuff.
I used to be able to do that with my eyes closed.
Yeah, well, you need your eyes open to shoot the gun. So,
Yeah. But you don't want to look at the gun when you're doing reload, so.
yeah, you do.
You want to look the magazine into the magazine well.
Why?
So make sure you have positive seat.
You don't have to look at it for that. You get it in, smack it, and hear it click.
Put it in there and you smack it, dude.
The only thing
Okay.
I'm gonna miss. The only thing I'm gonna miss if I don't look is me getting shot in the face from like 15 yards away or something.
Yeah.
So I'm
gonna
gonna
miss-
look and make sure it goes in, and then
In the
look
mag
down
one, yeah.
range.
Same here. Same here.
I don't see why. Well, whatever.
I mean, you're going to be moving. If you got to do a mag change, you're going to be freaking moving. You're
Yeah,
not just going to be staying there.
that's
So
something I couldn't do in the lane today, but
right, but
just the changes.
I might be behind cover.
that's true.
Depends.
I could act like I'm behind cover, just kneel and shoot over the bench part. They let you do that.
They
Can't
do.
like lay on the floor. Yeah, you can get on your knees and shoot.
I think I told Smeggy last time I was at the range. We were running a drill, and there was a sort of cover in the middle of the drill. There were two targets, one before the cover, one after the cover, and the mag change was after the first target. Anyway, because I ran out of bullets, so and I went to kneeling, like to change the mag, and the shooting instructor looked at me like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to doing that when I change the mag." He's like, "That's a wall. Why are you kneeling?"
Yeah, a little kid next to me was shooting a suppressed 22 the whole time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck? I need to get a fucking suppressor. This little kid shooting one. Like it ain't nothing.
He's a 1%er.
Pew, pew.
Can't
Yeah.
hear it, huh?
Well, it didn't really look like. Him and his dad looked like they just drove off the farm to go shooting at the indoor range.
What kind of 22?
I don't know what kind of 22 it was. I just saw the can on it and noticed how loud it was. Well, I noticed how loud it was. What? Oh,
How
yeah,
loud
the
it
Santa
was.
Claus. The guy looked like Santa Claus.
Maybe it was Santa Claus. Maybe he
Oh, the
brought
guy
it.
is Santa. My girl's saying he's Santa, I guess. He drives the fire truck around here? I don't know. Oh, he's the mall Santa.
Oh. I was gonna say maybe he's Santa and he brought the kid Silence 22 because he was a good boy.
That's the best Santa ever, dude.
Yeah.
Bringing kids to the range to shoot Silence 22s.
We need more.
Should have took a picture. Next time I see him there, I'll be like, "Can I get your autograph, Mr. Santa Claus?" Can I shoot your 22 suppressed? From now on, I'm gonna bring a box of 22, just in case Santa shows up again.
So when you're saying how loud it was, you mean it wasn't loud at all, right? 'Cause that should be like,
Yeah, no, it didn't sound like a 22 with a fake can on it. I don't know what kind of ammo he was shooting. I don't know what kind of can it was either.
yeah. The IDF runs Ruger 1022s with silencers on them. Take out lights and dogs and whatnot.
Well, I'm a little worried about Raphael, dude. He looked like he was in a 007 movie.
Yeah, I was
Sucks,
wondering if I should like ask what's going on or just ignore it.
Correct. Bond. James Bond.
Yeah, I was just ignoring it. I mean, if he ends up like getting attacked by a monster or something, that's
They can hear you. You're on the internet. They know where you are.
It's a random hand.
It's a random hand.
Oh man, Dead Horse. Those are fighting words. AR Pro? No. It's AK Pro.
Yeah.
AR Pro doesn't work really.
No, it sounds dumb.
Thought of Checktember. Easy. Check.
That's what I
You
said.
say everyone like
Didn't catch on.
September is one of the ones that like always gets thought up because you could have like Sigtember and Tricktember and there was like some other ones. Like everyone was always trying to make their gun fit September.
There's nothing like Glocktober.
I think AK April and Glocktober are solid. All the other ones are kind of shoehorned in. Dead Horse has a good point of what month is AR month, and I don't know.
February.
Maybe every month is AR month.
It's AR History Month. I agree. We should get rid of AR February. It's History Month.
February. February.
January. There's no month. There's no month for ARs.
ARuary. Just get rid of the Jan altogether. I mean, this is kind of an AR month, but Noveski Ember.
Yeah, that's only one type.
It's a very specific one, but still.
It could be a thing because Glock is just a brand like Noveski. So
I'd like to think of Glocks as being a mindset.
Okay.
That's the only way I can sleep at night celebrating a month for Glocks.
A Glock is a mindset. It is the Jeet Kune Do of guns. All right. Okay.
The heck are you doing, Emmett?
Oh, sorry. Oh, mute.
It always sounds like you're like sawing on something. Like
No, it's
voompa, 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 voompa.
the scroll on my mouse.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's really loud though. It must be like right by the mic or something.
Yeah, because I'm using the laptop's integral microphone inside. I'm looking for a really cool picture that I remember from a bunch of years ago, and I've looked for it 1,000 times and I can never find it, but every time I'm trying to look for it again.
Vaporember? No Vaporember. I don't like that because that sounds like an anti-gun month.
I thought for April it would be October, like Red October.
Oh man. So what else is new, everybody?
Is this real? Hillary Clinton just got disqualified from the race.
I don't think so.
Democrats pick her
I doubt
last
it.
second fill-in.
Where do you see that at?
Conservative101.com.
No.
Oh, so at least it's not bias.
Sounds legit.
Although I have to say, man, some of the best coverage I saw from like the newest email thing, right, with the Anthony Weiner stuff. It was on Young Turks because they can't stand her, and so it's really cool to like watch
Yeah.
liberals
Funny.
digging into Hillary because it's like,
They're eating each other alive.
yeah. And here's the thing with them. Like, I know people give me junk for watching it, and there are plenty of times I disagree with them and I get angry. But to be honest, I think sometimes they're funny when they're doing like the stupid news, right? Like they're doing a story about whatever, some like college study about squirt guns or something. I don't know, whatever. And you're like, okay, that's interesting. But then when they do a story on real guns, it's like my head hurts from slamming, face palming so many times because they say the dumbest things. But yeah, when they when they dig into her, it's like, all right, yeah, I actually agree with you on some of those things.
This is clickbait. Clickbait. Alert. But the Chicago Tribune does call for her to step down. I don't know if that's conservative in Chicago or liberal or what.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like there's the Washington Post and the other Washington one. One of them's conservative, one of them's liberal. I can never remember which is which.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. Yeah, you normally can tell once you start reading a little bit. But I don't know. I tend to read liberal stuff quite a bit, and it's you got to know where they're coming from and stuff. And sometimes there's still good information there if you can ignore the other stuff, and other times it's more of a like, well, you got to learn your enemy. So yeah, you got to see what type of stuff they're bringing up, so you know how to defend against it. But I don't know. I forget who it was who said this. God, it might have even been Yankee. I don't know. But it was like, the people that are voting for her, this isn't going to sway them because, like, they already knew about all the other stuff. Like, this is nothing new from before. And so why now would they care? Like, the people that are going to vote for her already are. So
That sounds like
I mean, if it's a criminal thing, then yeah, that might affect it, and it may be that we get her vice president. But from what I hear, that guy's no better than she is, so it's not really a win for us. But I don't know. Whatever.
So I'm curious about, since we have so many CZ people, have you all tried any kind of clones of the CZ?
Just the Canic.
I haven't.
Stingray.
Jericho, Bull, all the Israeli clones.
That's made by IWI?
The Jericho is. The Bull is made by Bull. I don't think it's exported to the U.S. regularly.
AA?
Jericho is okay. The metal framed ones are good guns. They're not as good as the CZs. In my opinion. I considered getting one just because they're cheaper. But here, there are a lot of used ones.
I thought there was another type of clone too, but I can't think of the name off the top of my head.
There's like TriStar. There's a shit ton of them.
Tanfoglio by EAA.
EAA, Sphinx.
I think it was the EAA that I was thinking of. But those ones are
EAA
like the
has like
Tank Folios
1,000.
are like the super performance ones, aren't they?
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Need to go to the store. Candy Run.
Just wait till Halloween and go trick or treating and get a bunch of candy.
It's for the kids that we get here.
Oh, just tell them to go next door. We don't have any candy here. Just take 2 from next door.
They won't egg the house or anything, right?
Yeah.
What? Is the devil in the chat?
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Shit. Satan.
It's so funny how his mic gets messed up and goes like low frequency, and Dano's mic gets messed up and goes high frequency.
Yeah. Chipmunks and demons.
Yeah, you're messed up, dude. Unless you're doing that on purpose.
Gotta get them in at the same time.
Yeah, if they both talk at the same time, it comes out normal.
They cancel each other out.
How about fucking now?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, what happened with the CZ is that the Czech government didn't wanna. They didn't wanna patent it anywhere because it was like a state secret because they were a communist state. So all the other people around outside of the Czech Republic were like, okay then, you know.
All right, they'll just copy it.
Yeah. So everyone did. Isn't the IMI fucking Tanfolio of Italy? The reason I didn't get a Jericho is that I couldn't find one with a decocker. If I could find a Jericho with a decocker, I might have. They're not very common. I don't think any of the clones are better than the CZ. The Sphinx might be.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I've never shot any of the clones.
But the Sphinx are like ridiculously expensive.
Well, I know. I mean, I've pulled the trigger on the Tank Folios, and those are like super crisp and super nice. But again, like I said, those are like performance, right? I mean, they're supposed to be really nice.
Not. I mean, some of them are. Are they nicer than yours?
Oh yeah, I mean, they were like race guns type almost.
Oh, okay, yeah. But you know, you can get a CZ that's as nice. But there are Tanfolios that are just service guns. I mean,
Oh, are
made the
they?
whole-
The
Yeah.
only Tank Folios I've ever seen, it was at the NRA show, and they were all like, I don't know what class they'd fall in, right? Because they probably aren't production guns, but they weren't quite like open guns. They didn't have like all the crazy stuff, but they were like, what's that, like enhanced service or something is one of the categories where like you can do some modifications. They were all like that style.
No, I think they made all sorts of them. But just maybe just the more competitive shooter ones are, you know, more
Those are
common.
the ones they show off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like $300 polymer guns. They have a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
The only thing really different about them is that most of them have full-length guide rods.
Yeah. There's a bunch of them around in Israel that have been converted to single action only for competition shooters and stuff like that. But it's just a CZ. It's an Italian-made CZ. they're considered less good than a CZ here, at least. Then at some point there was like this funny war going on between the official importers of Tenfolio and CZ. So Tenfolio branded some of their pistols by writing, I think, like Mossad on them. and CZ came up with the Masada model. And none of this had anything to do with any actual IDF service or whatever, but they were just like engraving that on the pistols when they came into the country or whatever.
Isn't the PO1 the first gun to qualify for the NATO, newer NATO trials or something?
I think it's the first CZ gun too.
First approved. I think it was the first handgun.
It's a good gun. I'm very happy with it. And people were like telling me, "Oh, the finish on the CZ is shitty. You know, you're gonna have to keep it oiled and shit." I don't know. It's been on me since July, and Israel isn't, it's, you know, like a friendly place for firearms. It's humid and hot. I don't know. Doesn't rust. The finish is
I
pretty.
think a lot of those guns are like certified for like the 226 and I don't know which Glocks. I'd have to look it up.
The NATO standards are like fucking insane. There's like really weird stuff there, you know. Like there has to be assembled and disassembled 5,000 times or something like that.
It's 500.
500. All sorts of weird shit. I don't think I'm gonna disassemble my CZ 500 times in my lifetime. I'm pretty sure the guy that had it before me didn't shoot more than 1,000 rounds through it. So, and I'll probably put more rounds through it in the next couple of months than he did the whole time he had the gun. I kind of still want a PO1 length grip with a SPO1 length slide and barrel. I wish that was a thing. But it's not currently a thing.
It was NATO approved in 2003. Must be able to complete the following without failure: 4,000 dry firings, 3,000 decockings, operator level disassembly 1,350 times without wear or damage to components. Complete disassembly 150 times. This is all the way down to the pins and springs, etc. So I guess it's not 500, it's 150. Alright. 100% interchangeability of any of the pistol randomly selected. Disassembled parts mixed and reassembled with no failure of any kind, including loss of accuracy. Drop test, blah, 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 temperature, blah, blah. Yeah. Service life requirement from the Czech police was 15,000 rounds of plus P ammo. The pistol will exceed 30,000 rounds of ball 9mm.
Oh, it will more than exceed that. I think they're playing safe with that figure.
It is 99.8% reliable with a 2% or a 0.2% failure rate, which equals 20 stoppages in 10,000 rounds. You're right, it's probably the first CC.
Anyway, it works. It's fun though to carry a CZ because when the Glock guys and the 1911 guys and the Smith and Wesson guys start like trying to eat each other up with a spoon, you can just sit and eat popcorn and laugh.
That's cool though. I heard that parts interchangeability test done on a Glock. Here they throw in a bunch of parts, like a bunch of Glock 19 parts in a bag, and then shake it up and put like a random gun together. Shoot it. So I guess you can do that with the PO1.
Yeah,
Sometimes those barrels on the other CZs need to be a little, they need fitment even from the factory.
I don't know.
Yep, I agree. Do 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 do.
So you agree with walnut?
Sure. I don't really know what we're talking about.
Yankees high power grips. I was looking at him. He was like, "Which one should I use?" on his Instagram. And I said walnut. And then you said, "Yep, I agree." Like I said that in my head, and then you said, "Yep, I agree."
Well, there you go.
Then I said it, but I was muted. So to unmute myself. Ruin everything. Yeah. So definitely need sights for my Glock 34. Kind of want to put them sights that came on the last Vickers if they sell them separately. They should. I don't know what kind of sights they were. They got that gold bead in the front. And a blacked out rear. I need to find better targets too. I'm shooting black ass targets.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah.
My neighbor's army truck isn't sounding so great. He's out there
Army
revving it
truck?
up, and it's not sounding great.
Oh, somebody brought me back to life.
Well, that was nice of them.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey Foos, are you doing a show tonight? You around? So I just watched this video from the Young Jerks about I don't know, there was some study that showed that wildlife populations are going down. I don't know, they looked at whatever, a bunch of different species or whatever, and looked at their like population, and then like added them all up and averaged them or whatever. But one of the things that they mentioned, this was the Young Turks mentioned it, was like, yeah, I mean the biggest problem is human encroaching. Like the earth is overpopulated with humans, and it takes up a lot of room to feed them. And then they started talking about and like these factory farms are so bad for the environment, blah 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 blah. And my comment kind of is like, well, okay, so it takes up too much room to feed everyone on Earth, but factory farming is worse. Like, factory farming is more efficient use of space. Like, how much of the Earth do you think it takes up to fucking like free range a bunch of pigs or something? Right? And that's still going to kill off the wild populations because they're still going to eat everything in that large area. Or you can put them in a little tiny building and then just like force feed them, and yeah, don't let them run around or whatever, but they just sit there, eat, and then we eat them. I don't get the logic. It takes up too much room to feed people. Here's a very efficient way of feeding like a certain number of people per square mile, and yet that's bad.
Yeah, their population control.
I don't get the logic.
Controllers.
And the same thing, like all the people that want to save the rainforest. Okay, like I'm with you, right? I mean, the rainforest is cool. It gives us a bunch of oxygen. Like, there's a bunch of different species that only live there. Like, I'm cool with saving the rainforest. The thing is, the reason the rainforest is getting cut down is because in those countries where the rainforest is, there's a lot of poor people and they need to eat. And so they cut down the rainforest to plant some like corn or whatever, which doesn't even grow that good down there, but at least they can eat it. So, but those same people that are like, we need to save the rainforest, people are not cutting the rainforest down to make paper, right? I mean, that was the big thing back in the day, right? Like, oh, quit using paper, you'll save a tree. Well, we're at the point now that we just plant new trees when we cut other ones down. It's like nothing, there's no net effect by using more paper. And it certainly isn't coming from the rainforest, right? I mean, the stuff we use comes from America. Why would they ship it all the way from the rainforest?
You got to be using less paper now.
I'm sure we probably are.
So they should be happy.
Right, but the thing is that what I was getting at is those same people that are like, hey, quit cutting down the rainforest to plant, inefficient food plots where you need to have 10 acres to feed a family or something.
Quit murdering Fern Gully.
Yeah, exactly. Which, like I said, I'm for. Like, cool, dude. Keep the rainforest. I think it's a cool place. That's awesome. The thing is, those same people are against GMOs. They're like, oh, these are Frankenstein corn or whatever. Or they're against chemicals and fertilizers and stuff. And I get it. There are some times that if that gets in your drinking water and stuff, it can be bad. But there's other ways of doing it that it's not bad. And so why not, if right now, like a family of 4 needs to cut down 10 acres of the rainforest and plant crops in order to eat, if they use genetically modified food and they sprayed Roundup that would kill off all the weeds but not kill the corn they're trying to grow, and they could eat by only cutting down 1 acre of the rainforest, would still feed them for the whole year. So why would you be against making better producing food that takes up less room and still make, like, you have a higher yield per plant, it grows faster, blah, 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 blah. And like I said, the soil might not be good for the type of crops that they want. So why not use fertilizers so that it, you have more nitrogen or you have more potassium or whatever the heck plants need. I don't know.
Why not just live off mangoes?
Well, I'm sure you probably, can't just live off mangoes.
Sure, they
You
can.
have to have a little bit of everything. But so why would you be
We'll figure
against
out how to
something?
make mangoes into everything.
Okay, sure, fine, whatever. But you know what I mean? It's like, why? Okay, right now they're cutting down 10 acres of the rainforest. Well, I have a way to cut down only 1 acre. Oh, no, that's bad. Okay, so either you don't care about the rainforest or you don't care about the people eating. Like, what do you want me to do? You got two solutions. Either they cut down 10 acres or they cut down 1 acre. What do you want to do?
They want to kill the people and save the rainforest.
I
That's
guess.
exactly
Okay,
what
so
they
let's.
want to do.
All right, then let's just invade like Brazil and kill everyone who lives there, and then the rainforest can just sit there all by
Or they'll
itself with no
say,
humans.
You're lying. You're lying. That's not why they're cutting down the rainforest. They're making paper.
They are not.
I'm just saying that's what they would say. That would be their two reactions.
Mangoes.
Oh yeah, of course. You say any type of fruit thing, and Knives jumps right in. He's probably going to tell you how oranges are way better than mangoes.
Nah, mangoes are better.
They can kill animals and then make mango tortillas.
Well, no, because you can't kill animals. That's bad.
Yeah.
We can marinate the animals with mango.
I mean, the tribe people have to be controlled and small, and for Agenda 21 to work, because they'll be in like the wildlands that you're not allowed in.
I don't know what Agenda 21 is. Isn't that conspiracy thing?
Yeah, that totally real UN agenda thing. Agenda 21. Kill us all.
That's all like the one world government, new world order type shit, right? That's Agenda 21.
Well, I guess that's a part of it.
I'm not super familiar with it, but I feel like I've heard, like I can picture the words Agenda 21 coming out of Alex Jones' mouth, so I think I kind of know what it's about. with the chemtrails and the fluoride in the water and
it's cities that are like packed and stacked with people, right? And they're only allowed to be in those cities. They work in those cities and they live in those cities, like in high rises or whatever. And the rest of the country is like off limits.
So like there'd be like a big wall around the city or something. You're not allowed to go outside the wall.
I guess.
Basically, what they're trying to do here in California, trying to take away your car, so you can take the train and the bus.
Like I think it's still on the UN website. You can like look at it. Like, yeah, this is how it should be in the end.
Well, I mean, there are some it's not mandated or anything, but that's like a lot of cities in Japan and stuff, right? Like all the people are in a very small area, and like almost no one lives out in like the mountains and stuff. But that's like by choice. I mean, if they wanted to go out there, no one's gonna stop them. It's just one hangs out there because there's nothing else around.
One of the cities next to me was proposing tax by mile. Every time you drive your car, you can get taxed by mile.
Yeah, they already have that. It's called a gas tax. If you drive more, you buy more gas, therefore you pay more taxes.
No, every time you drive on a goddamn freeway, you get taxed by a mile.
There's like little closed cities in California somewhere where they're like testing out cities like that, like communities.
And people are not liking it.
Job. They don't like it.
Fuck no.
Like, let us out.
I mean, that's
No,
like
you have everything you need here.
I'm gonna say, yeah. As long as it's like, if you get rid of the mandate part, I could totally see just out of convenience or whatever. Like over in Europe, there are people who don't own cars because they can walk to their job and they can ride their bike to the grocery store or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? They don't need to get around. There was a girl. This was before I was working at the company I'm at now, but I guess she came over. She was from France, I think, and she was coming over here like as a work exchange kind of thing. I don't know what it was, but anyways, they were telling me that like she came over thinking like, well, I don't need a car or whatever. Like, she knew where the office was, and she was gonna rent an apartment like in the city next door, and didn't realize that like where she wanted to rent versus where she worked, that was like 15 miles away. You're not really going to ride your bike 30 miles round trip every day to work. Like, that's going to take you forever. You know, but she just, and then she's like, when she had this, you know, rented this house or apartment or whatever, and then was like, okay, that's great. You got that place. Well, where's the nearest grocery store? Well, that's like 7 miles away. So I guess you could walk to the grocery store and come back, but it's going to like take you all afternoon just to go grocery shopping. Like, she didn't grasp the scale. Because over there, it really is like if you got to walk two blocks to get to the grocery store, you're like, oh man, that's a hike. They just have them like everything's closer together, and they have like they have a lot more buses and stuff. And I know there are some big cities where like buses and cabs are completely normal, right? Like you could live in New York City without a car, and you'd get around no problem. But the Detroit area, we don't really have public transit. Yes, technically we have buses, but it's not very efficient and it doesn't really go to the places you want to go. And, you know, it's not the same. We are very self-reliant on pretty much you got to own a car if you want to go anywhere. It's just the way it is. So Smeggy is saying no cars for people in cities, except for if people can afford it, if they can have a car. So like the way it is now. I don't remember saying people in cities shouldn't have cars. I don't know. Because I certainly would want to have a car even if I was in the city. Because then how do you get out of the city, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Take a train to your car.
But you'd still own the car. You just keep it in the suburbs or something and then go drive out into the wilderness.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, probably.
Drive to the train station, take the train to New York, go to work, come back, drive their car home.
Right. See, so I mean, I guess so New York City is a perfect example of, I guess, this Agenda 21, only without the mandating part. Like, there are people who probably are perfectly happy never leaving the city. They have everything they need there, and they just get around, and they live in these huge high rises, so you have a lot of people per square mile. And I don't know. I mean, if that's what you like, okay. I personally don't like that. I like having open spaces. I like being able to get away whenever I want. Go up north, sit in the middle of the woods where like you hear one car every couple hours drive down the road. It's like you forget how quiet everything is when like all the cars are gone. Or you're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I could run around naked up north and no one would ever know.
That ain't right.
Have you ever tried it? Come on now.
Making a snowman running around and shit.
Yeah, it's freeing.
The problem is when you look at the map on the UN website, it lists the number of people that would be in each place. And it doesn't add up to 300 25 million people or whatever we got.
Well, I think it's a huge inefficient use of space if you're literally trying to get every single person like just in the city and what like kill everyone else who lives out in the farmlands. I mean, who's gonna farm? Who's gonna make food? There's a reason America's good. It's because we have a bunch of open space and we can grow a bunch of food.
Sustainable Development Knowledge Platform, Agenda 21, United Nations, UN.org.
And the more apartments you have, the more crime's gonna start going up.
Earth Summit. Download the PDF. Give me options. States. Welcome to the United Nations. We're here to scare the living shit out of you with our crazy agendas.
Yo, should we invest in the missile silo for gun channels?
Okay, you can look at each country for Agenda 21. Let's see what their plans for Bolivia are. No. Just joking. Bulgaria. Here's the United States. United States of America. Document report state focal point. Where's the map?
Yup.
See no map. Yep. Seems like all the maps are from crazy websites.
Dude, I found a big ass fucking cat. It's called a Bancoon. That motherfucker's huge.
Go to what?
Some lady had a big ass cat in her house. It's called the Mancoon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're big cats.
Nah, G Webs, it's not dead. We just ain't talking. I think Moon might have got kidnapped by the black helicopters once he started looking up Agenda 21.
I'm still here. They're not gonna get me. It's blue helmets. I found out they were plastic.
Oh yeah, the blue helmets. Yeah, they're just for identification. They're not for tactics. Man, G-Web is riding me hard on this whole Zionist thing. I still think it was funny. I'm sitting there minding my own business. What was that? Matt's chat, I think? And they weren't even, like, they were talking about something completely random. I hadn't even talked in a while, and someone on YouTube's like, Smeggy's a Zionist. I'm like, what the fuck? I never said anything about that.
What the fuck is a Zionist?
Like a pro-Israel person. Like they think that Israel should have, like, like it should have all the land over there or something.
Might as well. They fight for it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because you got the other people who think it should be their land. That's why they're fighting. It'd be like if your neighbor came over and said, "This is my backyard," and you said, "No, it's my backyard," and then the two of you fight. Well, someone's gonna win. Like someone gets to live there, but
Somebody gets hit with the brick.
Personally, at least as far as that goes, I don't really care. Maybe I'm ignorant on the whole thing, but like if the other people get some land and like they fought for it or something, they win, well then okay, let them have some land. Like I don't, whatever. Or if you want it back, fight for it and get it back. Like I don't really care who wins over there, to be honest. So, but it's a weird thing because like as of right now, they kind of did this weird like truce agreement thing where like they haven't just drawn a line and said, okay, this is my part and that's your part. It's that they're both living in the same area, saying, well, you guys can like share it. So I guess that's like, sharing a room with your brother or something. Like it's not his room, it's not your room. You guys have to share it. Well, some days, maybe you want to watch TV, and the other days he wants to watch TV. So you guys got to fight over who gets to watch TV. That I think that's kind of what's going on now.
What?
But like I said, I don't really have an opinion on it either way. I don't care. They'll figure it out.
Trump's going on right now on stage in Greeley, Colorado. I'm starting to speak right now if you guys want to watch it.
Oh yeah, that sounds like the perfect Sunday evening.
Who dat?
Dude, Trump's speeches have been great, man. Like they've all been really, really good.
Hillary Clinton, the border. It's gonna be huge. Many people. I'm done.
The same thing I watched yesterday from Phoenix, but in a different city.
Well, so California is getting $25 million from the general fund to set up the ammo, registration licensing thing. And the Department of Justice may charge ammunition vendor license applications a reasonable fee sufficient to reimburse the department for the reasonable estimated cost of administering the licensing program, including the enforcement of this program and maintenance of the registry of ammunition vendors. So it's like, hey, if you want to sell ammo, you have to get a license to be an ammo vendor. And they're saying, oh man, it's going to cost money to keep track of all you people. You need to pay us money so we can do it. I have a better idea if you want to save money. Instead of charging a fee, don't keep a fucking registry of ammo sales licensees.
Anthony Weiner has 650,000 emails. That's a lot of emails. Well, that's how much the FBI has to go through.
So the sale of ammunition by any party shall be conducted by or processed through a licensed ammunition vendor. When neither party to the ammunition sale is a licensed ammunition vendor, the seller shall deliver the ammunition to a vendor to process the transaction. And then basically it's like blah, blah, blah. And then the ammunition vendor may charge the purchaser an administrative fee to process the transaction in an amount to be set by the Department of Justice. So basically, the Department of Justice is going to tell, like, a gun store how much they can charge for doing private party ammo sales. And that just seems crazy to me because, how does the Department of Justice know, like, how much the employees are making or how much of a detriment to the business doing private party ammo sales will be? Like, there's a reason some gun stores, like, because that's basically like a FFL transfer, right, for guns. Some stores charge like $50 to have something shipped to them because they don't want to deal with it, or they have a lot more overhead than a dude who's just living in, like, I shouldn't say living in, but working like out of his basement. He might charge $20 for a transfer fee. But I know for a fact there's a gun store near me because I was talking to him about it. And they charge $50 for an ammo or firearm transfer. And part of the reason they do that is because they don't want you to buy the thing online. They want you to buy it from them. The crappy thing was when I was looking for the gun I wanted, they didn't have it. I was like, well, what if I find it online? And they're like, well, blah, blah, blah. It would be like $50. I'm like, that's pretty high. And the dude even said, he's like, well, we want to encourage people to buy the guns from us instead of buying it online. And I said, oh, okay, cool. So, do you want to order a CZ75 SP01 tactical for me? He's like, no. I'm like, so then what the fuck? I'm not going to buy it from you anyways, jackass. And it's like, we don't want people buying it online. We want it buying it from us. I'm like, I'd be perfectly happy buying it from you. Do you have one? No. Okay, then I want to buy it online. But that was their choice and whatever. And like I'm all free market, which is why I didn't ever have a gun shipped there. But the Department of Justice is going to tell the gun stores or the licensed ammunition vendors how much they can charge for a fee. And that's crazy. So now they're telling you how you have to run your business. And if they decide that the fee can be no more than $5 or something, right? Like that seems like something they would do to try and like, get the gun owners on their side. Like, hey, we're making you do this crazy shit, but we're going to make sure that you don't get price gouged. So it's going to say in the law it can't be more than $5. And there will be people like, "Oh, good. I'm so happy that they stopped private party sales, but at least they put a limit on the fee of only being $5." Well, guess what, dude? If that, business does a lot of those transfers and they're forced to have an employee who's making whatever, $15 an hour, and for whatever reason it takes them like a half hour to do something and they're only making $5, they're losing money. Well, I always find that interesting when government tries to tell businesses how they can run their business.
No way. That's what the government's for.
Well, that's what they try and do, right? Just tell people what to do in every aspect of their life.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, man, look,
That's how they grow.
I'm a little sad that I said this out loud because I kind of just thought of it. I was thinking out loud, but I bet you there would be tons of gun people if the government came out and said, it's illegal to charge more than $5 for a firearm transfer fee. There'd be tons of people that go, finally, the government passing a pro-gun law. Like they're looking out for us gun owners. It's like, but that's the same law that is like if universal background check went at the federal level and tied into that was transfer fees can be no more than $5, they'd eat that up. They're like, this is awesome. It's like, okay, so basically you're happy that they're bending you over the barrel, but at least they have, cherry lipstick on. You know what I mean? Like, no, you're still getting railed from behind. Like, what are you happy about? But yeah, and that's the thing. If they did that, home FFLs would be out of business so fast because it's not worth the time and effort to make $5. Having to buy the safe and go through all the permits and get your license and everything, you'd have to transfer a gazillion guns a year at $5 a piece to make it worth it. So isn't it like a couple grand for an FFL license?
How much?
Well, I don't know. I said like a couple grand. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't think it's that expensive.
Well, and that's the thing. I think there's one that's like, I don't know, like 500 or something. But
it might be the like different levels of ones. I think like an FFL is like 150, like just an FFL where you can have a shop.
Oh, really? Well, that's a lot cheaper than I thought it was.
Yeah, there might be another fee or something.
Right. Well, don't they have to do the? I don't know. I guess that's just manufacturers have to do. All right. You have saying $350 for 3 years. Okay, so I mean, obviously my numbers are way off, but even still, okay, $350 for 3 years. If you only get $5 each time, and that's not that's not $5 profit. That's $5 total. You're looking at 60 transfers or 70 transfers. Yeah, I'm good with math. You're looking at freaking 70 transfers in 3 years just to pay the license. And that's if everything else was free, which obviously it's not. Because like I said, you do have to have a safe and you have to like keep your books locked up, and
Yeah.
you have to have a certain space in your house. So that's price per square foot. I mean, that costs you something.
It says there are 8 types of FFL license ranging from $30 to $200. It covers the first 3 years. And the ATF takes credit card.
Well, that really cheap one, that's probably, would that be like a CNR? Because I think that's kind of considered an FFL, isn't it?
What's that?
Like a CNR license?
I think that's the cheapest one.
Yeah.
The $30 one.
And so that's, you can't do much with that. I mean, I guess you can have old guns shipped to your house is basically it. But you're not really like a gun dealer at that point. And obviously you're restricted on the types of guns that it counts for. It has to be at least, what is it, 60 years old or 50 years old or something. Candy. Whoever asked that, the answer is candy. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. That's definitely one of the chess pieces or one of the dominoes that they're setting up is the whole licensing for being able, like, everything has to go through a licensed person in order to sell it. California being the ammo thing, but even all the other places that are talking about for gun purchases. And then it's another domino piece is making it so that you can't really have like a home FFL, right? I mean, they're cracking down on those left and right. There are a lot of places like you have to have a storefront. You can't just run it out of your house. And those are normally city regulations, but obviously the ATF's all happy about that. And it's like once you get all these things lined up, like you have to go through a dealer, and the dealer, it's harder to get one, so now there's going to be less of them. And then, like I said, I'm kind of sorry I said it out loud, but the idea of if the government can mandate how much you can charge, if they set that low enough and make it expensive enough to run, they'll put a whole bunch of people out of business, and then it's like, well, there's no place to even get guns anymore.
Well, this is what they did. All they did was they're just going to let the people that already have home FFLs die out, and you can't get no one can get a home FFL anymore. But the people that have them now can renew for life.
Right. But if you forget by a month or whatever, like if you don't renew, in fact, I actually got a letter in the mail the other day. My CPL's coming up for needing to be renewed.
This says the FFL is renewed every 3 years for $90, which works out to be $30 a year.
Right, renewal fee, but
so it doesn't
still,
sound...
if you don't send your check-in in time or something, then you'll get like revoked, and they probably won't let you have it again.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, there's other ways than just the FFLs dying off that home FFLs will go away, and that's It's the same thing with everything else. They play the long game. These are all, dominoes being set up. And the California stuff's a good example too, where they set up all of this, all of the things that are penalties for not reporting stolen guns and stuff that's for, registries and all that. Like, those are all dominoes for when they decide, like, okay, we don't want you to have this certain type of thing anymore. They know who has them. And when they come to show up and say, hey, give it to us, they say, oh, that got lost a year ago. Oh, really? Well, you never reported it, so here you go. And then one of the other ones that they did, because it's like you have to report lost or stolen, they also put in like a much higher penalty for falsely reporting lost or stolen. Even though it should already be illegal to file a false police report, now it's extra illegal to what's the word? I just said it.
File.
To file. Yes, it's extra illegal to file a false stolen or lost gun report. So that's the whole, it's cliche of, oh, boating accident. I lost it a while ago. And be like, oh, well, why didn't you report it? Well, I did report it. Oh, well, then what's this in your closet? I thought you said you lost it. Oh, crap. Now you're extra in trouble for, oh, what's this on your YouTube channel shooting it? You know what I mean? Like, I thought you said you lost it. So they'll go after the people that falsely report it stolen or lost. And then they'll also go after people who, when they come to take it, say, oh, I lost or stole it, by saying, well, you never reported it, so now you're in trouble. Although, I don't know. I'm thinking a good one of that is just have two safes. And the one safe, when they come to take it, you open it up, and just, you have to be a really good actor, but you could be like, what the hell? Where'd they all go? I'd like to report these stolen. And then you can't get in trouble for, because they don't know when. It had to be like, I just found out about it. It must have gotten taken last night. Oops, they're gone. But that's one of the things that's in with the Michigan group of bad gun laws, is that it's going to be a penalty for not reporting lost or stolen ammunition. What the, like, honestly, there could be some dude who like the ex-owner of this house could like still have a key or something. Well, actually, I take that back, because I did change the locks. But anyway, someone could like have made a copy of my key somehow, like pickpocketed me and made a copy and then like put it back. And they literally could like come into my house when I'm at work every day and take a box of ammo, like just one box of ammo every day, and I probably would never know. So, but if that ever somehow comes back to me and they'd be like, hey, how come you never reported that lost? I'll be like, because I didn't know it was lost.
If you like drop one on the hardwood floor and it rolls under something and you can't find it, it just disappears like little things do when you drop it.
Well, that's what I'm wondering if that's I don't know, maybe that draws a target on your back, but one of the things I was thinking about with that, if it passes, is just doing it like every other day. Be like, I thought I had more than these. And then like, so report it lost, and then call them back, be like, oh, I put a couple boxes in like my range backpack instead of like the backpack I keep my targets in. I forgot I put a couple boxes in there. So it's not lost anymore. Never mind. And then like a couple weeks later, call them up, be like, dude, I think I'm missing a couple boxes of 7.62 by 39. And then call them back up and say, oh no, I found it. I forgot. Yeah. They were up north. I took some up and left them up there. Be like, I'm just trying to follow the law. I don't want to get in trouble for not reporting it. So every time I think it's lost, I'm going to report it, and I'll call you back up once I find it. But for now, it's lost. I'm not saying it was stolen, but it has been misplaced. So that's probably a bad idea, but sometimes I giggle to myself thinking about it. You gonna be cranking out some rounds there, Scotty?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for the reloading chat. And I don't do all this camera shit, so I'm just trying to get set up. Does that look alright to you guys?
Yeah, it looks okay. I'm not sure if it's. I heard some echo. I'm wondering if the one that you have the camera on, it's not muted. So I think that's picking up, and your other one's picking up.
Alright, give me a second. Thanks.
Do you want me to try and mute the one that has the camera on?
What's that? That work?
Oh, now I'm lagging out, so I'm not sure what's going on.
All right. Well, that one's muted. Is it still got echo?
Tell that's I'm lagging out bad, and I know it's my fault because I'm outside. So
It could be me. I hear you coming in from both my earphones and the phone. Let me pick the phone up and see what the hell's going on.
well, I think it's okay now. Like I said, I muted the one that the camera's on, and I didn't hear the echo. Oh, now I do.
Echo.
Make it
It's
stop.
like a boomerang of
Jesus. Sorry, I muted your other one too, man. So it's like picking up the speakers from your laptop or something. Reverb.
I like this. The bumper. That's a JDM bumper. Yeah.
Nice Gun Channel shirt, though.
Sorry, I left it on.
Say both of the Scotties are muted right now in case you're talking.
Echo.
Man, amateur hour, dude.
All right, the camera sucks, but is it noise better?
Yeah, I don't hear the echo anymore. So it must have been picking up, like I said, like the speakers or something. When they were both unmuted, your like computer microphone and your, I'm guessing, phone microphone were both picking up you talking.
Yeah, no, I can't on the phone. I can only turn it down so much, so I can actually hear a little bit coming out of the phone as well. I mean, even right now when I got the volume turned all the way down, I can't completely muted.
So the phone's the one with the camera on?
Yeah, the iPhone's got the camera on, and
yeah, your microphone's not picking up the phone sound anymore then.
right on. I got a little adjustment to do with that camera, and hopefully it'll be good. I ain't touching shit. Oh, I'm gonna have to touch it to get over to you. God damn it!
Yeah, you'll figure it out. Oh, so speaking of the Michigan thing, right? So I was watching This Week in Guns, and they normally do a pretty good job at like doing, news stories, and then they do kind of like, kind of like weirder news stories, like whatever. They have like different segments and stuff. They have like positive ones, negative ones, and then kind of like weirdo ones. But they didn't say anything about the Michigan thing. And I don't know, maybe I just care more because that's where I'm from, but I thought it was kind of important news that it got introduced. So I left a comment on the YouTube, was like, like I do like I like your show, and I mentioned something that they kind of killed some time on. I was like, and as funny as it was to hear you make fun of, this new gun or whatever, like you could have spent a little bit of time to at least mention it. Like, even if you guys don't talk about it for a long time, at least be like, oh yeah, and also this happened. So anyways, let's talk about this other thing. And I was trying to be nice in my comment, and their response was like, anti-gun bills get introduced all the time. We can't mention all of them. And I was like, that was kind of a snarky reply. Because it might be true that anti-gun bills do get introduced and then don't go anywhere. And I'm hoping this one just will die in committee and not go anywhere. But still, I think it's worthwhile to at least mention it, so people can write their people and they can write the committees and be like, hey, you better let this die because we don't want to see it come to a vote. Like, this is dumb. And it can't be like there's 10 of them every single day that it would just take up forever to mention all of them. They probably get introduced in each state once in a while. Okay, maybe once a month. All right, you do a show every week. So one out of every 4 shows, you just mention, oh, by the way, this was introduced and it'll probably die in committee. Okay, have a nice day. And then you go on to the next one. But I was not happy with that response. It would have been really funny if he's like, well, when you run your own show, you can talk about it if you want. Because then my response could have been, as a matter of fact, I did talk about it on my show, jackass. But like I said, I do really like them. I think they do a good job. So, not necessarily.
Hey guys, thank you for putting up with that. I appreciate it.
That's all right.
Yeah, first time. Gotta get it figured out.
Just a lobby. No one cares. Hell, it gave us something to talk about, man. For a while, we were just sitting here not saying nothing.
Yeah, I wish I could zoom in on that camera, but it just only include what I want. But I'll have to figure that shit out if I'm going to do more of this.
Yo, Too Hottie, did you ever get back in the chat last night?
Yeah. I got messed around on my phone and went into the Google stuff, and I think it was in the invitations part, and you could actually see who. It gave a list of everybody who was in there, and it gives you the option to remove somebody from that group. So after I did that, it fucking let me right back in.
Yeah, I was gonna join last night after the party died. I came back to my house and I was gonna jump in, but there was 10 people in there, so I couldn't join. But I was listening to it for a while, and it seemed like they were all talking. So it's like, all right, well, whatever. It's kind of annoying when there's 10 people in there, but only like 3 people are talking, and there's like 6 people that are away from their computer, just like holding the spot.
Right. Well, the problem last night was Marco was taking up the spot, and he must have fell asleep or something. So G came in and said that we all had to go in our settings and block Marco to kick him out. So we all did that, and then he was still in there, and apparently Pink was the only one who was able to do that. But, Pink was at work, so he couldn't freaking do that. And then after after I blocked him, I clicked on one of Hash's videos and it booted me out because, he can only do one video thing at a time, I guess, on the phone. And then when I went to try to get back in, it was full. And if it wasn't full, I was getting a message saying that there was somebody in that hangout that I blocked and that I could start my own video call though, and all that really bullshit,
So you got to be careful with blocking people because it might be sometime in the future where if Marco's in, like, let's say Marco's in my chat, you won't be able to join.
Right. Yeah. I hope that was not a permanent thing because I just did what I was asked to do,
It's a 24-hour thing. That's it.
All right. Well, guys, I'm gonna hop out of this lobby and wait for Foos to get the reloaders bench thing up and running.
Do you know what time he's planning on doing the reloaders bench? I tried asking earlier, but I think he was away from his computer.
7 Central. So I mean, I'm thinking he should be getting it fired up within the next 15 minutes or so. I'm not sure exactly when we're gonna go live.
But okay. 15 minutes from now is 7 Eastern, but
wait. No, 7 Central. What the hell? Oh, is that 5 my time? I still got an hour.
Yeah, it's 6:45 right now, my time. Whoa, what the fuck? Stop that! What the hell happened? Go back! Jesus Christ.
Hang on.
So I was watching the Wings game here, like it started up a little bit ago, and they weren't doing that great. The end of the first period, it was 3-0. And then, so I was trying to like fast forward through the intermission, and somehow it like jumped ahead to like the middle of the second period. So now I know what the score is for like the middle of the second. It was like 4-1. I'm like, what the fuck happened there? There we go. Here's the start of the second. 3-0. All right.
Okay, so 7 Central's 5 my time. I still got an hour? What the hell? Guess I get to relax for a few.
Man.
I lost the instructions from my little Hornady scale, so I'm gonna have to. I mean, that's what I'll do this hour. Figure out how to calibrate that too.
Yep. Got to figure all that stuff out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll catch up with y'all later.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks again for putting up with my noise.
Yeah, I guess if we have to. Man, what time did I start this chat? I feel like it should be over soon. I thought I started it like this morning. Oh, now Knives is leaving too?
Oh, I gotta go eat, man.
Okay.
Sorry, Smeggy.
That's all right. I like that horse better than you anyways. Oh, he left out before I could finish my joke. I guess that's if Dead Horse is even around still. Oh, well, thank you for letting me know that, Mr. Hangout. There's an hour left. So that'll be cool. This chat will run into Fooses and then shut down. Do 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 do. Lobby linker. Link to the lobby. Uh-oh. Does anyone think that like handgun prices and stuff will go up after the election? Just in like kind of a general panic on everything? Or do you think those will probably stay the same and it'll just be like ARs and magazines that go up?
What, are you by yourself in here?
Yeah, I think so. Dead Horse hasn't talked in a while.
I'm going back and forth from work in here, but while I'm waiting for shit to cool down and heat up. Prices haven't changed at all. Plus, I think Trump's about to win, isn't he? Do you think everybody will just be like, yeah, there's nothing to worry about ever again, and then just quit buying guns, maybe?
Right. I don't know. I guess what I'm asking because, as you probably know, I'm considering buying some small single stack something or other, and I'm just wondering, like, should I jump on that now while the prices are still normal, or would they probably still be normal even if the worst happens and the she beast gets elected? It's hard to predict panic buying sometimes, I think. You know, that's an interesting thing that you just said. I wonder if all of a sudden, like, have the polls like swung wildly away from the evil lady. Or is it, I forget who said it. Someone did. They were like, well, the people that are voting for her, they were already voting for her like when she was corrupt before. So being corrupt again doesn't change their mind, because those types of people already don't care about that shit. It didn't look like she took too big of a dive as far as the polls go. Trump increased, though. Basically, what I'm seeing is that the third-party candidates are going down, and Trump's picking those up, because she's staying about the same.
But she's definitely not picking up those third parties, and she ain't converting Trumpies.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, she should be, but she ain't. And this is all fucking polls still, which I don't believe at all.
Yeah. But, like, from the 20th, when was the 20th? I guess last week. From then, again, this is just, okay, polls, whatever, but this is at least an average of all of them. He was at 39%, and he's now up to, oh, come on, scroll over. Up to like 42%. So he gained 3%. And let's see, she was at 46 and is now at 45. So he went up 3, she went down 1, and basically it looks like the third party people are just going down. And it's not looking good for Johnson, dude. He's almost as shitty as what's her face is. He's down to like 5%. He was hovering around 10 for quite a bit of time. So I don't know if it's like earlier in the, oh, come on, what are you doing, stupid computer? Anyways, like earlier in the cycle, people are more optimistic or something. Then as it gets closer to like, all right, now it's for real, they stop saying that they're going to go third party. And they end up just caving and picking a side. So, I don't know.
Well, there's the part I do know. None of these fuckers are taking into account that this is a whole new world. This is a whole new set of people voting. And I think there's something there. And that's why we're not seeing polls that relate to what's going on in real life out there.
Yeah, that could be.
So right now we got pretty much a third, 20-something% of the voting population is these new voters that never voted before. So they were burning. He sang their song. I don't know if it's necessarily just all the free shit, as much as they like leave your hand off of my body and gay rights and that kind of thing. And they don't care enough about guns because nobody ever instilled that in them. So I don't think that they're anti-gun as much as they're just always been told stupid shit. But I think that they're smart. And when they hear the gun stuff, it doesn't add up. So unless they like seek it out and really drink the Kool-Aid, they're not going to be adamantly anti-gun necessarily. So anyway, I think that they might have gone for Bernie, not because they're a bunch of succubuses, but because he was just a more appealing alternative to the status quo. And now when they have to make a choice between criminal status quo, which has been established for 30 years since their parents were kids, or Trump, who they know from TV and he's different, I think, and what do they have to say? Why would we expect them to be doing the polls? They don't care about polls. Or maybe they do. I don't know. But I'm just saying that's a wild card. And I think that's something that I don't see anybody taking into account. Everybody's acting like this is the way it's been done. Like, why would this be like the 60s? There ain't nothing else in the world like the 60s. You know, why would this be like the 80s? There ain't nothing around now. It's been like the 80s. The 90s are barely look like us. And the last couple of years, I don't know. I think we're seeing transition away from the polls being so damn accurate.
Right. Well, definitely. I mean, I'll agree with you on this part of them not being very accurate, is that the polls still, vast majority of them, are calling landlines. How many people do you know that have a phone in their house? Certainly not millennials, especially if you're talking about the generation of millennials, which I still disagree, that includes me. Okay, so people that are upper 20s that like have their house, like they bought their own house and stuff, they're not paying for a freaking phone. Like if they still live with their parents, like maybe like the 20-year-olds and stuff, or like the people who just turned 18, their parents might still have phones. But when you get out of school and you buy your own house, the last thing on your mind is paying for a freaking landline because you're worried about, buying groceries and shit. So I think the polls vastly underrate the youngins. God, why is this must be Real Clear Politics is screwing my computer up because everything started lagging. Let's close that shit. All right. Okay, that seems to be better. Yeah, my stuff was all lagging behind and everything. I couldn't mute and unmute the Hangout. It was all super unresponsive. What? Oh well, I guess we'll just see when we see what happens. That's one of the things though. I was just thinking about it, right? That so many places had early voting. There could be a bunch of people that early voted and then this stuff comes out and they're like, "Oh crap, I wish I could take my vote back."
Well, that's what I always figure. Or what if it comes out that she's really an alien that eats babies, like she does it right in front of everybody?
Yeah, like the day before, but so many people
we
already sent in. Yeah,
the voting already, dumbasses.
Like when there's only 2 people that show up at the actual place because they're the only ones that haven't voted yet. Yeah, and the only reason I didn't do early voting is just because, like, I don't know. I think you can like, it's not necessarily early voting, but like you can get an absentee ballot or something. You just have to like request it when you register to vote. But the thing is, like, I registered to vote a long time ago, and now like I'm just always registered. Like until I move or whatever, I'd have to do it again. So because I didn't do it back in the day when I signed up, like I'd have to go figure out how to change. Like, oh, I want to get an absentee ballot because my worry is being out of town for work, like on Tuesday.
I don't want to put mine in the mail and then not know if it got in. So I go down there, I do it, and I put it in the fucking robot myself.
And I agree with you on that, but like, I would at least rather put it in the mail than not be able to vote because I'm out of town.
Well,
that's my concern.
That's different. That's why there should be no fucking thing. Everybody should just be able to go in and vote, be on your honor. So it's like if you're out of town, you just like you're in Iowa, you just vote in Iowa that week or that year. I'm okay with that.
And then yeah, especially if it's all just like on like the electronic stuff, because then you could be like, okay, I'm voting for Michigan precinct number 5.
I don't want no Skynet helping us. I just want on your honor because I figure there'll be the same amount of like finagling on either side, so it'll be a wash.
Okay, but how do you vote for the locals? If I'm in Iowa, how do I vote for my city commissioner?
I see what you're saying.
Iowa doesn't know who the fuck's running
Just
for
Iowa.
Yeah.
Go Iowa.
So like in
you get the Communist Party, Iowa suckers.
Yeah. But so like that's but if we had a Skynet, since we've already solved Skynet in our 4-hour chat Friday night, or is that Saturday? No, that's Friday night. Yeah. Anyways, then you could just be like, okay, Skynet, like pull up the ballot for, like I said, like Michigan section, blah, blah, blah.
You had a little chip in your arm, then you could just walk up to the Skynet and it could passionately lick your arm to get the scanner codes, whatever, and then you could interface with it and leave your vote behind.
No, because that would be like that'd be like voter ID or something. I've been told those are racist somehow. I don't know how, but somehow they are.
Because that way it's difficult for some people to get to it, and that's being racist. If it's difficult for some people, it's racist.
Oh, okay. I think that mentality is racist. Like I heard they were talking about voter ID, right? And they're like it's voter ID hurts black people, and they're like, well, why? Like just get an ID, and they're like, well, because poor people have trouble taking time off work to go to the Secretary of State to get a photo ID. And like, honestly, I was like screaming at the thing. I'm like, do you just call all black people poor? Because you just said it's hard for poor people and it hurts black people. Well, wouldn't it hurt poor white people also? So the only way it's racist is if you admit that black people are poor people. And I don't believe in that. I think any race is equal opportunity chance of being poor. And it's racist to say otherwise. Now, the outcome might be certain groups are lower income or higher income, like on average, but they all have the same opportunity to be rich or poor. So, I don't know. It's just, I think it's funny how like the anti-racist people are the ones that always use black community and poor people interchangeably. And it's like, that's your problem right there, is that you trying to be anti-racist are saying that poor people are all black. And that's just not true. But that hypocrisy never gets brought to light. Or at least they just blow it off and don't care. There's also a thing, I forget exactly what they call it, but and this goes back to any type of like, I don't want to say affirmative action because that'd be a race thing, but even like a gender thing or whatever. Like like equality. There's equality of like outcome, and then there's equality of opportunity. And I'm for equality of opportunity. Like everyone has a chance to show up to the job interview. And okay, so everyone had an equal chance to get that job. Now, if the people who are best qualified for that job, like happen to be male, it's not because women suck. It's just the ones that showed up to the job interview, the men were better. And then there could be another job interview where all the women are better. But if that job has 10 people and it's not like 5 women and 5 men, they'll call it sexist. And it's like, no, it just so happens it was like 7-3 to one way or the other. But they each interviewed 10 people.
So you're denying Hillary's campaign on the war on women?
Yeah, because I don't think there's a war on women. Because women out-earn men in the age group of like from graduating college to like upper 20s or low 30s. As a whole, they make way more money than men do.
That's only because more women go to college. So they got better jobs. They have more opportunities.
Right. Yeah. More women, at least, I don't know about entering, but at least graduating. More women are graduating college than men are.
So you're saying they're smarter than men?
I don't think graduating college has anything to do with being smart or not, but because there are probably there's probably lots of smart people that for economic reasons never go to college or have to drop out halfway through because they're working full time or whatever. And there are definitely dumb people who graduate college. I know that for sure. Because you can be dumb but still somehow have just enough common sense to know how to cheat on tests or whatever and graduate.
I never needed to cheat on no tests or nothing. I was just minding my business, doing pretty good in school on the honor roll. But then they went by one day when I was sitting there in the class, and they tapped me on the shoulder, and they're like, "You got to leave. This broad needs your seat." I lost my place to a broad because of affirmative action.
Well, that's a bummer.
Yep, never graduated school. Never had a good job because of that.
But anyway, Jay, I heard that term recently, though. I really like that. Equality of opportunity.
Oh, I thought you meant broad.
Oh, no. Yeah, what does that mean? I've never heard that before. It was humorous. It wasn't belly laugh quality. Oh.
I'll do it with this now.
There you go. I'm being lazy, or else I'd just go do it myself.
We're here all night, folks. So don't forget to tip your waitress.
Yeah, because women need more money.
Open mic tonight. Come on in. Here's the link. We could do a comedy club show where you have to do just gun-related comedy.
So a high point walks into a bar.
So a bunch of 30-odd 6 walks into a bar.
Yeah, a 30-06, a 223, and a 9mm walk into a bar. I don't know the punchline, but 9mm for pansies. Oh crap, I didn't see those over there. God damn it. hate those stupid things. That would be cool if there was more like gun comedy. I don't really know necessarily what like a gun joke would be though.
Maybe that's because you never heard one. I'm doing a pretty neat little project here, melting down bleach bottles and turning them into targets. Seeing how it works. Patent pending.
Sounds interesting.
Don't steal my ideas.
I mean, I'm happy you're melting down bleach bottles because I'm not a fan of bleach.
Yeah, I buy it at the dollar store, then pour it down the drain, and then use the bottles.
So they're dollar targets. That seems a little inefficient. I'd rather just print them up on paper then.
No, that wouldn't work. Wouldn't be anywhere near as complicated. It requires many apparatuses.
Oh, okay. Whatever you say, man. Knock yourself out. Just don't drink the bleach. I hear it's bad for you. So you making the bleach bottles into any like kind of shape or anything? Or you just kind of like melt it down into like a flat thing?
Well, I think I came up with a pretty good concept. I'm cutting them into tortilla-sized strips, so it looks like bleach bottle tortillas. You with me? Still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
So then from that, I will put them in the toaster oven. Then they turn into melted glob of shit, about like silly putty. And then I took a silhouette target and then printed it out on a piece of paper in a bunch of different sizes. and then cut that out with a router on a piece of plywood, about what, a quarter inch, maybe 3/8 thick, and then took another piece of plywood that fits in there. So I have the cavity in the other part with little tolerance on the walls. Well, a little bit because I'm sloppy, but basically like a jigsaw puzzle with one piece, right?
Right.
Okay. So then you melt it into this glob of silly putty, and you stick it in there, and you clamp it down with some clamps. And then it smushes out and fills the cavity and turns into a little target shape of whatever shape you made it.
Oh, okay. So you're making little silhouettes and stuff.
Well, the one shape right now, and then I'll fuck around with it a little bit if it works. Figuring out the routine, figuring out how to do it. And then the main thing is if they're effective targets. If they just go out there and shatter, then there's no point. I'm hoping they'll be like those kind that take bullets, that just keep taking it and absorbing it, depending on how thick they are, instead of shattering. You ever seen like a white countertop or a white cutting board at a restaurant?
Yeah.
That material.
Oh. God damn it. Sorry, no, I'm still listening. Yeah, white cutting board.
That's the same plastic. So when you melt down a milk jug, it turns into that.
Oh, okay.
Bottle, it's all the same, just has different color in it. It's pretty awesome. Anyway, good to get off the computers every once in a while, do something else.
Nah. Real life's overrated. Yeah, I think I just made a mistake. Oh well.
Making mistakes is never fun.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just a stupid game, but I wasted a bunch of gold on something, and I probably shouldn't have because I could use it for something else. But I was impatient. But oh well. At least I don't spend real money on these stupid things. I don't understand people who do that. You know, like the whatever it is, right? There's all these like free games, but then if you like, you know, buy diamonds or something, you can get special stuff. But diamonds cost real money. Like, why would you spend real money on a stupid little game? Man, this game for the Wings is not looking good. I am still back in time, but it's like 5-1 coming near the end of the second. Not looking good.
think I might have finished my first one.
Cool.
A bit of art to it. A little bit of finesse. Just enough swearing.
That makes everything work correctly.
Well, you got to threaten the machine to the point where it feels it's got concerns.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Totally.
They don't always have a family, so, they all have their weakness. Toaster oven, it was threatening to cut its fucking cord off. Started acting right. So what, we got a zombie TV show happening tonight, and Foos is doing a chat.
Yeah. Foos is doing reloading. Zombies happening in like an hour and a half. I'll probably watch that later, though. I don't like commercials, so I don't watch stuff live normally.
So you just record it on your digital VCR box thing, and then
yeah, I tape it.
Well, that's what they have now, right? All the cable companies just let you record whatever you want.
Yeah. So, yeah, I record it, and I'll either watch it later tonight or I'll watch it tomorrow when I get home from work. As long as I watch it before Matt's chat, should be okay. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting. I'm probably not going to be at Matt's chat tomorrow. It's fucking Halloween, dude.
That's too scary?
No, because I'm going to be at my buddy's house handing out candy and being awesome.
So do you let the kids have candy at the door first and then steal it from them so that way they don't think it's you? Or do you just steal it right from them at the door?
No, we let them get candy at the door and then steal it later.
That's the way to do it, because then they could just been randomly at your house and they wouldn't have known.
Right, yeah. So we kind of tag team it. So as my buddy's handing out candy and distracting them, I get set up to scare them. So then when they come back down the driveway, I scare them and they drop their bag and run away. And then I take their bag of candy and give it to my buddy so he can hand it out to other ones.
You know how some of the ranges have that grating on the ground so that the brass falls through? You could just get a welcome mat like that and then make a distraction like some kind of a spider that jumps out or something up in the air. And everybody looks up. Then you razor blade the bottom of their bags, poof, right into that crate. They just walk off without even knowing.
Man, that's right. I totally forgot about those brass crate things.
Sometimes it's the simple shit that works the easiest.
Right. Well, that's the thing. That from the range's point of view, those are awesome. But I totally forgot. That would suck if you're trying to keep your brass. It all falls down in there.
Just get a gun diaper.
Yeah, I guess so.
The horse doesn't like to hear about gun diapers.
Nah. I'll have to keep that in mind, though, because, I might, eventually, once I start, building up my range up north and stuff, I might build, a little, shooting area. So I'll at least have, a roof and maybe do, a bench or something. But it'd be kind of cool if I made, a little, porch type thing, kind of get you up off the ground a little bit. And I might do that, put, one, especially if I'm making it a deck, and then just have one, leave one board off and put a gutter or something. So then all the brass would roll into that. And then I could pick them up really easily. That'd be kind of cool. Reloading chat in 30 minutes. If you want a link, let me know. I want a link. Are you listening, Foos? That's right around the time this is going to die anyways.
Hi all.
Hello again.
I'm back from the Walmart with Q.
What, a 4-minute power play? What the heck, dude? Are you kidding me? Yeah, this game's toast. Screw you, Foos. So at least you're listening, so you know I want a link. They were doing good, dude, but this weekend has not been a good weekend for them. I mean, they won 6 in a row, but they lost yesterday, and they're probably going to lose today. I'm kind of curious how that target turned out. Hey, G-Wubs, you still around?
Yeah, I'm going back and forth.
Okay. Did I tell you I listened to that?
Ow! Fuck, it's on.
Are you okay, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. It's one of those things, you start laughing, you make sure the dude's okay, and then you keep laughing if he is. Because it's not funny if you actually hurt yourself. But anyways, I listened to that Isaac Asimov story that you were talking about.
Oh,
it was
yeah?
pretty good with the computer thing.
Yeah, the last question.
Yeah. It's kind of really amazing, like, just the stuff he talked about, like, back then. It's like he's dead on, even on some of some of the physics and stuff. Like, he's right on, and they didn't know that back then. Like, I like him. Like I said, I mostly only have read his like short stories. I can't think of like one of his full-length books that I've read. But
I'm amazed you all got like 4 hours of Skynet talk.
that was awesome, dude. That really was. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if it came through in the chat, but I obviously like talking about that kind of stuff, and I don't have very many peers that will put up with me talking about that kind of crap.
I want to know. I'm interested.
So, and it's definitely like I appreciate the people that know more than me about some of the stuff, because then I can kind of like I like listening to Hosh. I don't always agree with him on everything, but I know he is very knowledgeable on a lot of different things.
Did you see the link that I put to the Mercedes cars that will pick people over their drivers to kill?
No, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. The cars are programmed to be driving by themselves, artificial intelligence, and in their philosophy or whatever the programming is, they are programmed to choose to kill people, so to protect their drivers. They're programmed to make that choice.
That's weird.
I sent you the link on the chat side of the thing. I was listening. And I also sent you a link of the Microsoft Twitter artificial intelligence program that became a Hitler-loving supremacist.
Yeah, that was, you know what, that's 100% speaking of the action of trolls. I when you send something purposely out to the internet to like learn how to talk, and people realize that if they tweet, whatever, and the person will parrot it back to someone else, like that's all that happened, was that they said, okay, this Twitter thing, like people, you can talk to it and it will say something back to you. And so, of course, it went instantly racist and instantly like sexual, because that was the other thing, is this persona was supposed to be like a 15-year-old girl or something. And so that was one of the things, like you'd be like, hey, what's up? And it would text back to you like, do you want me to call you daddy? Because like so many people were like asking for it to do that, it thinks that's just what people talk like.
Oh.
So that was the other part of it, is it instantly turned like perverted. But again, I think it's because people were doing that on purpose. They knew that they could say crazy stuff, and then it would say crazy stuff to other people because it's trying to learn like how people talk. So they have to have some type of like troll filter.
Yeah, but artificial intelligence wouldn't know how to pick a troll from a regular person.
Well, it could be like over time it could, right? Like if it was still like if it read like everyone's conversations or something, like everybody talked to it, if 10% of them are trolls, what it could do is compare, like when I say hello, 90% of the people say, how are you? And 10% of the people say, I hate you. So what's the correct thing to say when someone says, how are you? Like you say hello, like, you know what I mean? Like it could just filter out, well, only 10% of them are saying this weird thing. So obviously the weird thing is not what you're supposed to say. But it takes too long because the trolls hit hard and like, oh, this is kind of funny. So the majority of them were then trolls. Like it didn't get to talk to enough regular people, because regular people were like, oh, this is kind of dumb. But trolls were like, oh, this is hilarious.
Let's skew it up. Let's screw it up. Mess it up. And I'm also happy that you put G-Webs put IG-88 on the cover of that video. That was cool. The bounty hunter from Empire Strikes Back. I had that action figure. There was that lizard guy and the guy in the bandages and Boba Fett. I think those were the only 4 bounty hunters in the universe at that time. Looking for Han Solo. Which doesn't make sense, really. You got all those stormtroopers doing nothing in that space station.
Well, because no, the bounty hunters were looking for Han Solo because of a personal thing.
They had
You
that.
know, Jabba wanted his money.
Jabba wanted the money. Yeah.
So that's like saying, like, oh, it doesn't make sense that like all these military guys are sitting on base when, you know, some mobster wants to kill an informant. Like, well, no, it's because the military people have nothing to do with trying to find Han Solo. They don't care that he stole money from Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah. He dropped some shipment or something. This is going to make those movies that we're going to see. The prequels to that. The Han Solo backstory.
Oh, they're doing a backstory to him?
They're going to have I guess another trilogy. The Han Solo trilogy, maybe.
Huh. Well, they better hurry up, man.
Yeah, they already have picked
Cash
up.
in and all this stuff.
They have signed up a guy to be Han Solo, the younger. I think they're also going to do a Boba Fett backstory.
Nah. I don't know why everyone, like, Boba Fett is such, like, not a main dude. Like, he says, like, 5 things in all the movies total. Like, I don't understand how so many people are in love with him.
I think it's the uniform. He dies.
Eaten by a pit.
I think it's the outfit. And Slave One, the ship.
Well, I like his vet. That's better.
He's dreamy.
He's dreamy. He's the only clone with willpower, or I saw that in one of the prequels.
Have you ever heard that MC Chris song, Fett's Vet?
No.
I'm Boba the Fett. My backpack's got jets. I bounty hunt for Jabba Hutt to finance my vet. Wicka wicka.
Waka waka?
Yeah, like they do a little record scratch thing.
Oh.
I chill in deep space. A mask is over my face. I deliver the prize. Wait, get down. Obviously, I don't remember those words. It just kind of goes fast.
That was very good.
Yeah. I'm pretty talented.
Yep.
As demonstrated.
I wanted to dress up like Fett. There's a website you can see every piece of the costume, what it is, and there's a right near his leg. There's a triangular thing, and they've discovered that it was a film squeegee, the thing that you used in the old days to dry up your film when you developed it. Film squeegee. Those people are hardcore.
Hardcore squeegers.
Squeegee hunting.
I don't think I want to be a hardcore squeegee man. That doesn't sound like a fun job.
What, like on the side of a skyscraper?
Yeah.
No, I was thinking hardcore on a different profession.
Oh.
Anything that involves squeegeeing does not sound fun.
Those guys are picky. Boba Fett has Wookiee scalps around his shoulder.
It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah. He's a bounty hunter. Apparently, he has a thing against Wookiees.
That's how he proves that he caught him.
Yeah. I caught a Wookiee. Want to see? No!
He just cut a bunch of patches off the same Wookiee. Says,
Same
see?
Wookiee.
See, I got him.
Hundreds.
And say, what was that planet that all them little teddy bears lived on or whatever? That was supposed to be like all Wookiees, but they decided that like the teddy bear people would be better.
I think it was
They
Endor.
Yeah, Endor. They wanted to make it market it to kids.
They talked about that in South Park.
So that more people could bring more people to the movies.
Well, Return of the Jedi was a pretty good way to end the whole thing. I wish they could have stayed with that. And that was it. But they had to make The Force Awakens, which is, I don't think it was good.
I thought it was better than like episode 1, 2, and 3.
Oh yeah, but that's setting the bar.
Like
really
at least they kind of went back to the feel of Star Wars, and then they were able to have like new special effects and stuff. But I mean, the plot was basically the exact same as episode 4.
That's it. Exactly
Like
the
it was
same.
like
stole it.
they still had plans. They still were trying to get the Death Star. Like every single thing that happened was just like,
No, because that dude's gonna be a Jedi too. He's not gonna be like Han Solo.
okay, but so I'm not saying it's exactly, but it was pretty darn close.
It was so close.
Stories like one
It was
way.
so close. They if it would have been somebody else, they would have gotten a lawsuit.
I wouldn't go that far.
It
But
was-
again, I liked it. I thought it was good.
From the first shot, with the Star Destroyer going this way with the planet, I went, no. BB-8 is R2-D2. That dude is C-3PO. She's Luke Skywalker. It's the same. No.
Yeah, except that, and that's the thing I didn't like about Force Awakens. The main bad guy is just such a sniveling little like pansy. Like at least Darth Vader was like someone to be scared of. Like, okay, this guy, like he's in control. Like he's a bad guy. This dude was like, oh please help me be mean. Bleh, they don't like me. Like he was like crying all the time and stuff, dude. I can't be scared of some dude who's like, a big pansy.
That was the dead-on Darth Vader.
He was stolen Darth Vader, and he didn't have a reason to wear a mask at all. Darth Vader needed it to breathe. He was just, when he was taking it on.
So are
and
you
off,
saying he was stolen Vader?
he was stealing Vader. Stealing Vader.
Stolen Vader.
Stolen Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was worshiping that guy's mask. Wearing a mask that had no use at all.
What was that, his grandpa?
And then when he gets to the tug of war over the lightsaber with the girl who just discovered that she has powers, she wins. Her first time, and she wins over the Sith Lord.
Well, yeah. How would that work, right? Because
She's got so much more force. She's got so much more glow than that sniveling guy that you mentioned.
what's the family tree there then, right? Because so Darth Vader obviously was Luke's father, but what Leia's his sister, right? Or like half sister?
No, full on sister.
100% sister. Okay, so Darth Vader is her dad also.
Yeah.
And then this kid was obviously her and Han's kid. So then you're right. Yeah, Darth Vader was his grandpa. Yeah. Okay. I thought they were half brother and sister for some reason, but okay.
They were separated at birth. For some reason.
They're like twins.
And then they hid her.
Oh, they're twins?
I guess.
Yeah. At the same time.
All right.